Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the Unfun Stuff Webcam Regional License Exam for the My Hero Academia collectible card game. Today is going to be insane. Our bracket is crazy, our players are crazy, and our casting team is, dare I say, a little crazy. I've got with me Mr. Tam Ricardo. I'm Levi Lalonde. Tam, man, before we get into the absolute slugfest that will be these next 4 rounds, how are you doing, my friend? Got some good sleep?
I'm swell. Yeah. Got a couple winks for sure. Woke up this morning, saw the beautiful bracket. Did a little looking at it, and man, I like the diversity in the placements. I like how the bracket is spread out. I'm very excited at what we're going to be seeing playing today. It's gonna be one for the history books.
Man, I think this bracket is super awesome. So many set 5 goodies in here. We got a pair of overhauls. We got 800 million Mirios. We got Kirishima 3. A lot of really cool standout things. And it's funny because you guys might think this is a little bit of an error. I'm talking about all these set 5 characters. You got to be thinking that Josh Barker there is Midoriya 4. No, man, that's Midoriya 2. We've got a lot of old giants as well. We got a Nomu here, an All Might 3 there, a Jiro here, the staples, triple eraser head, which I can't say I'm super surprised. A lot of people have been saying how good that guy gets post set 5. Yeah, literally all of the guys, man. But it's funny because I feel like we say that kind of every set for eraser, and then just no one ends up playing him. And on this day and age, on this week, Daniel Nelson decided to become an Eraserhead player again.
Right. Yeah, Daniel Jose and Cow
Co.
are say again.
Co.
Oh, you're right. I'm so sorry. Are all
That's great.
Are all taking up the mantle, but that is not the matchup that we're starting with here today. In fact, we are starting with TC on Nomu versus Ben Hines on Kirishima 3. A matchup that I think is going to be pretty polarizing, right? I think it's two characters that either Kirishima is going to take control or Nomu's just going to do his thing and smash his face in.
Yeah, when you asked me this morning, what matchup I was thinking of to kick off the day with, it was no brainer. Honestly, this is the only homie in this entire bracket that we haven't seen yet in Kirishima 3, and he's another one of those really hype set 5 characters. How crazy would it be if he continued the Kirishima theme and took it all the way to victory in the first event post release? Right, we had Kirishima 1 drop, instantly crush everything. Kirishima 2 dropped, JJ destroyed Florida with it. I think it would be so funny for the theme to continue here. Either way, though, awesome to see him here, man. I feel like that's a character that people saw Kirishima 3 and then went, whew, all right, not again. Ben's like, hang on, guys. Don't count me out just yet. Don't count me out just yet. But man, we really can't rule out Nomu. Nomu has been on such a rise lately. Yeah, Nomu is kind of a character. Nomu is such an interesting character, right? Because he's got all this power in his character, but he's just this hard 5-hand size character, right? And he doesn't really do anything to mitigate that. You have to rely on your deck. So Nomu is a character that just strictly, as the card pool evolves and grows to just give him more and more cards nonstop, he's gonna get better and better because he's one of the best people at just utilizing the cards he's given. And Nomu has gotten a couple really wild pieces this set. As far as TC's deck specifically here, I think we're only rocking a singular set 5 card, and it's Calorie Counter. But holy cow, is that card a wallop in Nomu?
Yeah, it's pretty solid. Tell me about like specifically this matchup though, right? What are your thoughts on Nomu versus Kirishima? Who do you think has like if you had to say one of these characters is at least 51% better than the other, who would it be?
Man, I think from like a stand, just from looking at them from a blank standpoint, right? I can't, I don't know if I could say either of these characters are much better than the other. I think Nomu has a little bit more of a generic edge, where
Hmm.
I think Kirishima 3 is a bit more of a specialist character. Like if you play this guy like crazy and you figure it out, then you kind of reach, the same power levels as Nomu. But now when it comes to them fighting specifically each other, it's hard for me to say that Kirishima does not have the edge in this matchup. I mean, it's a five-hander versus a seven-hander that destroys foundations on face and is playing a death symbol build that's very good at destroying more foundations. That's a lot of tall orders for the five-hand size, resource-intensive Nomu to have to deal with.
Yeah, I can completely agree with that. Not to mention, like the other way that Kirishima gets his damage through is his pump is not really a pump. It's an on block trick, and that's something that Nomu famously is not known for. We just don't need to block. We don't want to block.
That's very
Um,
true. That kind of like flips the script a little bit. I was singing, Nomu's woes there. At the same time, Kirishima doesn't have a lot of text past that against this guy. If you partial block me, you lose too. I'm never partial blocking you, buddy. I'm barely
right,
blocking you, buddy.
right,
Oh,
right.
after I completely block his attack, it deals no damage. We're not sending throws. We're Nomu. We literally can't send throws. So like at the same time, the rest of the words in our character don't don't have a lot of impact. So we're actually going to be much more reliant on just, leveraging our seven hand size and our ability to just destroy foundations and try to control this five hander. But when he's getting this much damage in early and he's under the earth symbol, which is really good at building foundations, we got back alleys, we got jabs, we got all the good ones. It's we might be seeing a little bit different of a game that I was kind of talking about there.
This is so sick. Incredible technology from Ben here as we open up with a Red Riot Unbreakable. Enhance for the rest of this turn. Your rival loses 2 health after they play a response during the block or damage step. The number one thing that we think about Nomu is he has this incredible at damage step response. This now says every move doesn't do 6 anymore. It now does 8.
Is that true,
Um,
Tam?
yeah.
Before the damage step of this unblocked attack, reduce its damage to 6. Is that true?
To play
Nomu says before
So
the damage
before
step.
damage step, hold on. Well,
Is Nomu both after block and before damage?
hold on.
Is Nomu in a gray
This is something
area?
that I would call a judge for because I think this is just like where we
Yeah. We
before the
need
damage step
we
of this
need
unblocked
Professor
attack.
Pippa. We need Professor Pippa.
So it's because there's no space in between block and
Okay.
damage step, right?
Okay.
Like
Yeah,
there's just
that's
like
basically what I'm asking. Is there a space
yeah,
between there? Because while that doesn't make sense logically, I've seen more illogical things in this card game before. I
that is
I feel
fair.
like I just always have to ask.
Yeah. Very funny. We had an activation of learning the standards, and Ben played down the Bakugo card that's so orange, like most Bakugo cards are, and TC was just like, actually, it has to be a non-attack card, and Ben was like, this is a very orange promo, but it is still a foundation. Yeah, I am following the rules still.
Those are literally the best ones. Oh my goodness. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I think it's gonna be a lot of back and forth between these guys this game, especially because like they're kind of utilizing their characters to very different extents here. Nomu's at full power. Kirishima has a statistic edge, but at less base power as far as the words on our character card are concerned. So like
Correct.
they're Nomu's gonna have to just kind of play his best Nomu game. Kirishima's got to figure out how to kind of pivot and use the other parts of his character that just make him so strong. At the same time, though, I think the pressure, right? The pressure, it's a little bit more on Ben. He makes one little slip up and 20 health. It's not a lot to Nomu.
That's
It's
true.
not a lot.
And an easy way to close that out is this muscle model that's on the board, right? 5 for 6 becomes 5 for 12. Destroy one of our lane face down foundations to draw a card and add that momentum to our hand. With that, draw the card that triggers. We get access to the Baker card that gives us an additional speed. There's gonna be a 6 mid for 12 that drew us an attack that's already touched you. incredible. That's value, baby. It's value.
Yeah, this card's so fantastic in Nomu, and also just hey, but it's for 12. How many for
Yeah.
12s can you handle, right? You gonna block this? Okay, here's my calorie counter. Hey, it's for 12.
Yeah,
It's for
which at
12.
the moment is like representing lethal, right? So
Yeah,
like,
that's our
if
lethal.
this into calorie counter is 2 lethal swings on 2 moves, and our rivals at double-digit health. Whoo.
Crazy. Just Nomu
Scary.
things, man. And we're gonna grab our rapid punches back. Like, yeah,
Mhm.
it's really spooky. And like the scary part about that is any half blocks there, and like, I mean, we get one half block, right? We take
Right.
6. Now we're at 6. Can't half block one of those bad boys again. It is so spooky. We're probably very, very, very much missing our unbreakable right now.
Agreed fully. Looks like we do have the block coming in, but checks another 3. The only 2 blocks that we've attempted to play this game, we have checked double attacks on, which means that, this move is probably not going to be gonna make it work. Decide to destroy to have us both destroy. So Nobu's now down to 5 foundations, but that is certainly plenty to swing the game back in our favor. And you called it. Nice calorie counter call.
This card's crazy. When this card got revealed, or I'm sorry, let me clarify. When I revealed this card, I thought it was crazy.
Ooh.
When I played this card in pre-release, I thought it was even crazier. And now when I see Nomu in it for 12, I think it's absolutely out of its mind. Here's my 3 diff 5 mid for 12 that gains 2 health and flips a rival foundation. Tim, that sounds like 2 or 3 standard attacks all fused together.
Yeah, it certainly does. And the fact that like it got blocked, it comes with the extra 2 speed. The talented Baker gives it a bonus 1. This is 2 6 mid for 12s in a row. Bing boom, and it was enough to close out this game 1.
And we had the rapid punches after. Actually insane what a swift beatdown that was from Nomu's end. I mean, that was it, right? We droned on and on about resource manipulation and foundation control and perfect blocking and tech pieces and control options and hand size X versus hand size X and leveraging this and leveraging that. We slipped up once, took 12.
I think that this next game, though, is going to be definitely a different idea, a different story, because in Season 2 of the ROLE, Jasco's made deck lists public and open to the public, so you guys can all see and understand what these top players are playing. And if you go right now to the official My Hero Academia collectible card game Discord, there's a post that has all of them there. And so we're going to get to chat a little bit about the deck list. You guys at home can keep up with the sideboard options. There's a character inside of Kirishima 3's sideboard that I think is going to be pretty impactful in the next coming game, if not 2 games, if Ben can close it out.
We are 100%
Shigaraki in the Nomu matchup, man.
We're about to put our pet in its place. We're about to put our gross bird monster creation, our Frankenstein's monster. The doctor is coming out to play. Shigaraki 1 is inside Ben's sideboard, and oh my god, I'd be blown away if we're about to. That character, insanely strong against Nomu.
Agreed fully. Combining that with things like the Unbreakable to help with some blocks and Night Watches to cancel some key enhances. I think that there's a lot of really cool sideboard technology when it comes to what this deck can do. Truthfully, right? I actually got to help Ben with this deck. He gave me the last pass at what was going on with his Kirishima deck. Before he jumped in. And I got to say, I mean, Tamara Cardwell, am not a believer in Kirishima 3.
Yeah.
I don't think the character is that good. Ben is out here proving me wrong. And I'm very excited to see just how far he makes it inside of this tournament. Although, amazing job already. But we'll see as it continues.
Yeah, I mean, getting to top cuts is already like, especially like in this game, man, I feel like you get to top cuts and then everyone's like, okay, yeah, that's it. You made it. Anything else from here on out? Icing on the cake. If you did it with your pet deck, even better. So to see him make it already this far, being the first Kirishima 3 top, the only Kirishima 3 in top, and one of the few believers as well, just in general, really, really, really awesome to see him carry the torch all the way here. But it's time to rely on the help of our old villainous pal here. We are Kirishima no more. Red Riot, in fact, not the coolest. It's time to become Shigaraki. And I feel like the script has been completely flipped on TC now. God, winning this matchup as Nomu is so hard.
I completely agree. Do you think there's anything in the sideboard that comes in from Nomu's side for that the TC has in order to combat the Kirishima 3 now sideboarding into Shigaraki? Because obviously TC had public knowledge too. He knew, hey, if I spot Kirishima game 1, there's no surprises. Shigaraki's coming in.
Yeah,
right?
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the learning the standards get sided out for something like the Faith Shield inside of inside of TC sideboard. We don't really want to take Shigaraki's attacks very often, so I think that and Faith Shield helps us not take that 3 on the half block, burn for 5. So I think either way the Faith Shields are coming in. That's probably what's coming out for them.
Makes sense. Healthy build 4 from Shigaraki's side means that playing an attack is going to feel pretty good.
Oh yeah. And I also feel like we have such a stable and efficient attack package in this Kirishima deck, now Shigaraki deck, right? That even with Shigaraki at the helm now, not being a 7-hinder, we can still take full advantage of so many of these nice 4 diffs, right? We're rocking 4 stun grenades. That card helps us recur those extra attacks. We've got Hardened Fist and Merciless Rush to just really, really, really put the pain on when it comes to destroying foundations, especially when you're Shigaraki, right? Merciless Rush, it cannot half block that one. You resolve to take 10, or you full block it and you tell your great card goodbye.
Yeah, our trepidation right now with this Nomu player is: do we play another one? Do we play one more? What attack zone is going to come from? What attack zone is going to come from Shigaraki? We decide to hold off.
I think that's completely correct, man. You're not really allowed to go with one card, and you gotta at least be able to zone check him one time, right? Force him to have it. But there's that Merciless Rush coming in. Yeah, this card's a beating. Especially there are 3 Merciless Rush and 4 full Cowling Impact in this deck, man. This guy, he ain't here to not destroy foundations, Sam.
Yeah. This is, man, swapping from Kirishima 3 into Shigaraki 3 in this matchup feels like an absolute, like you're going from a Volkswagen Beetle up to a Ferrari in the effectiveness in our race. And sometimes Herbie gets there, right? But versus Nomu is a bit tricked out.
Hey man, you clowning on my Beetlebug, man? What the heck, bro?
I am clowning on your Beetlebug.
It's a convertible, bro. Come on. It's got nitro, bro.
Takes 10.
Holy cow.
Opting to gets the block, destroys the foundation, goes from 4 foundations down to 3. We play another move like this one. Hey, this is destroy a foundation, build it in. Like a weird way to flip a card. Very mid, another 5 damage move. Shigaraki makes it 10. Ugh, this is
I mean, we're gonna get the combo off to effectively stun one and flip a foundation, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if we held a decent mid, this is very blockable though. It's just 3 speed. But holy cow, if it's not, we're taking 10. It's 3 mid for 10. It's funny how these two are almost the same character right now, except Shigaraki's is way better.
3 for 10, now 3 for 11, right? But a surprise interception coming in. Incredible. Incredible heads-up play from TC.
He was really thinking about building that bad boy too.
Whoa, and we're building. We're getting out of a turn without getting our burn off. That is huge. That is massive.
Yeah, no, that's super big. Even that scary 3 check at the end. Now we did lose some foundations. Not thrilled. We lost 1 completely, and then 1, got pseudo flipped, right, by the Hardened Fist. But we didn't take 10, man, and that's the important part. I feel like there's just never a world where, I don't know, you'd have to destroy every single foundation I own before you go. Did you want to take 10 instead? Was that better?
Right.
Was that better?
Right,
More
right,
up your alley? No, my my 5-hander does not want to take 10, even though he's got this massive 35 health pool.
I do want to let everybody know that we do have our first result in. If everybody keeping track at home, we have Jose Narono winning 2-0 over Christopher Askew.
Good golly molly already. I mean, we've seen what that Death Racer deck that Jose is playing is here to do. It's not surprising to see it wrap it up so fast, but man, overtaking the Jiro matchup as well, you know? Obviously, that one's a little more scary when you're like the super defensive-minded Eraser decks and not Jose's super aggro Death Eraser deck, but still, it's you know, you got to put your dukes up against Jiro at some point, but I mean, if anyone can do it, it's Jose, man. On
Absolutely
webcam,
true.
Giga buffed.
Absolutely true. Coming in with the first time we've seen the secret rare on the screen today, a spear and a shield.
Is this the only secret? Is this the only secret rare that we haven't seen? No, we haven't seen Tetra Terror this weekend, right?
No, we have not.
Man, no Tetra Terror gamers.
But destroying a foundation off of Shigaraki, committing an additional one off of Spear Shield.
Not gonna stop my 3 diff calorie counter, baby.
Yeah.
12
piece in Shigaraki. But you're right, calorie counter saying, hey, I don't care about that one. I'm swinging for the fences.
Yeah, this is a really fantastic turn. But wow, just like Nomu, we held the right blocks. We held the double mid. Although at the same time, again, like you said, Tim, these guys can see each other's deck list, right? We know what's up. There's 19 attacks in TC's deck. 18 of them are mid.
Right, correct. Yeah, we get to a little bit of studying when it comes to it. What are your thoughts on deck lists being hidden versus public for these events? It is a big change. Like the change that that hasn't happened before.
Yeah, so it's a different ball game, right? You know, I don't want to say that it adds or subtracts competitive integrity. I think that's a bit more of like a perspective type thing, right? You know, I mean, if I had to say, I feel like it adds it a little bit because it offers more. Let's not say it adds it. I think the best way to communicate my point, Tim, is it offers more window for like studying and then skill-based application rather than adaptability, right?
Sure.
We don't have to spend game one going and figuring out, oh, he's playing all mid attack, so I won't get got now. I only hold mid blocks now. You know, that is a very different type of skill than, let me study this deck list. Let me see it's all mids. Okay, cool. Now I know what my block zone game plan is, right? And I think the latter there offers a little bit more skill expression. And I mean, it definitely favors some decks though, right? You tell me the Eraser heads get to go into my game plan knowing everything I'm going to do. That's real serious stuff. I don't get to catch that guy off guard. You know, I don't get to catch him with his pants down. That's like really big, which again, you know, just offers different barriers to overcome depending on what side you're on there. At the same time, you get to see his whole deck, right? You get to see every tech piece Eraserhead's playing, every answer that he's prepared for. So you get to know what he's not prepared for. It's a very different type of skill expression, right?
Yeah, back and forth tug of war for sure. Of like which card game muscles are you good at flexing? And in this environment, it's this one. In this environment, it's this one. And you know, you get to do that discovery, adaptability inside of your Swiss rounds. But then in Top Cut, it's all about who can make the correct plays based on as much known information as possible.
Right. And you know, I like that. I like when all information is known and it's up to the players to flex their brain harder than the other. You know, it sets like a very even footing in some ways. You know, I don't have like a super vast you know, other card game background. But I know that a lot of other card games do this, at least in like their Top Cut. So I think I just think it's awesome to see us, you know, adapting that style to, or at the very least trying it out.
True. This Unbreakable.
Oh my God, are we taking it to the chin? Oh my God.
Took it to the chin as well as dropped double latent skill. Double if not triple latent skill. So our hand is every attack that we want it to be, and we still found nothing.
You
We
lied.
still
It's
found
not.
nothing.
You lied to me, Tim. Yeah,
Wow.
that's crazy. Wow. At the same time, though, First Blood's finally been drawn. And like First Blood is a big deal in this matchup. This is Nomu versus Shigaraki, dude. Every blood is like 8 damage minimum.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So to see it finally get drawn after those two perfect turns of blocking from both players is a big milestone. And it's definitely a blood that Ben wanted to draw first, right? You know, he's the one starting out what seven, yeah, 7 health under, right, under the curve. So
Right.
it's much more on him to start evening things up.
True. 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 And we'll get to see it here, right? I think building out this turn makes so much sense, right?
Yeah, you got to place that.
Imagine there's an evil gaze and then a block in hand, right? And ripping
Right.
this stage from having 5 foundations down to 3 foundations going into turn 4.
Yeah,
Oof.
no. I don't think you're allowed to attack Ben that turn. When the Shigaraki player like hard sculpts their hand and then goes into my turn with 3 in hand, I'm like, nah, bro, I'm getting Evil Gaze Showdown. I know what's going on. Come on.
For
I'm getting
sure.
Evil Gaze Showdown Shigaraki response, and then I don't get to play the game after that. I'm not allowed to do that on my 5 foundations we had.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Feels way
we
better now though. We built out our 3, 2 of which say that we can't have a long string, but Poke Build Pass seems like the preemptive Shigaraki game plan. So I'm not sure how useful those foundations we built were.
Yeah, at the very least, obviously we built it, a little minute ago, but having Chivalrous on our board is a really, really big deal here. Getting to just kind of, bypass like an Evil Gaze or one of the many, many attacks to destroy one of your foundations. I mean, I'll flip one instead, actually. I like
Yes.
numerically where I'm at foundation wise. I'll lose the text though. No big deal. Fair trade, fair trade.
Yeah, one of the incredible powerful cards that all Chaos Earth gets to do.
It's funny because that's kind of a reason why like a lot of cards like Evil Gaze have kind of fallen off, so to actually see that interaction come back and be very pivotal inside of the the back and forth Shigaraki Foundation destruction deck. Chivalrous is still around, guys. Not quite as much as it used to be, but that card's still lurking and really, really, really puts the pressure on with that response. Paying 2 health and losing my Evil Gaze to flip one of your foundations, not a great exchange. But while I'm spouting all these words, man, we just took a heap of damage to the face.
Yeah, we are now in the danger zone, right?
Yeah.
Any 5 damage move that comes through, if it is unblocked, is lethal. Because Shigaraki has the ability of that burn 5 every time you get touched by an attack, and it is allowed to finish the game, which makes it ultra powerful. A lot of these burn effects say that they can't finish it off. Shigaraki does.
Yeah, we have to close things out or be full block gamers from here on out. But any singular move whatsoever in Ben's deck right now can just kill us. Muscle Ball is a great way to start though. So like this is where we're gonna kind of see like the catch up potentially of Nomu, right? These characters are very similar in that we get an extra quote unquote 5 damage on all of our moves. 6 in the case of Nomu sometimes, but I digress. But the thing is, after Shigaraki gets that 5 damage once, that's it. It's over. No more of that. Nomu slings out on every single attack, every single move, no matter whether it actually lands on you or not. I have the potential to deal 30, right? Whereas when you're Shigaraki, you got to go, okay, if I hit you, you have 5 less health this turn. Then can I kill you with all my printed damage past that? That is not a thing for Nomu. So once again, even though we have more than 20 health, Ben's still got to be very, very respectful of just the output that Nomu can do.
For sure. And it looks like he's built his board to represent that, right? Like we've got the 3 in hand. We have access to Learning to Harden, which if destroyed draws us a card. We've got Struggling with Studies. So after I've blocked a couple moves, I can pick cards back up. We've essentially have 5 cards in our hand. Combining that with Shigaraki's disruption of destroying a ready foundation, I think it's going to be hard pressed for TC to actually get this kill off.
Yeah, especially when if we're holding at least 2 mid blocks right inside of our hand, potentially all 3 of our attacks are mid blocks. It's gonna be really, really rough, especially with the brute strength to draw more. And the man, brute strength learning to harden on your rival's turn is such cool defensive tech. I mean, that's
Very much
struggling though.
is.
That there it is. Oh, so neat. That's so neat. The heal 2, I will say though, off this calorie counter is gonna be pretty big. That means
I
there's some
agree.
attacks. There's some attacks we can take now. We can take 10 again, which means that like if you want your merciless rush, your hardened fist, etc., to actually not, to actually kill me, you're gonna have to commit like some brute strength damage or something like that to them. That's really, really big.
What are the chances we just take this one?
You taking 12 to the face?
We
I
take
mean,
this one so that the next,
yeah.
if we have a second calorie counter, it's not live. You got to play it on a 7 with 4 foundations. That's not happening. It just means that like we're just not playing another move.
Yeah, on an 8 even.
Right, correct.
Thing's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
6 diff, man. Thing's
Yeah.
big. Yeah, I don't hate that. At the same time, though, if we have 2 mid blocks, I think, especially if we're gonna evil gaze block, yeah, I think you still just go for that. It's totally fine. Because then, like, even if you do, oh well, you jam it on a 5, I breaker 1 to you, so you're gonna have to at least commit one thing, even if you check well, and then I can just struggling my evil gaze back up and block your calorie counter again. Do you get to, heal 2 and flip my thing again? Sure, but if you're not hitting me, I just don't care. As Ben, I don't care if you're not hitting me.
Not flipping the struggling studies is a crazy call, huh? I thought that was nuts.
Yeah, I think that is a little crazy, honestly. I think that's kind of wild. I mean, that just says that just says we don't have anything else, right?
It must.
And the brute strength, like I literally just said, right? That's the card that says your 5 damage moves get to kill me because you get to make them for 7, and then I'd burn 5 and die. Yeah, no,
right.
I think if you're not going to follow up with attacks, the brute strength is the correct flip. 1000%. You've got to just stop yourself from finding from finding your health total disappearing to 0 on the next turn. We're really thinking about if we're going to play any more cards this turn. Really trying to leverage that advantage. Sitting out the somewhat style, building double high block. That's pretty scary against the Death Fury deck. We know that Rush is there. We know Howitzer's got to be there. We know that Vile Season is not there, so that's at least okay. But at the same time, though, the zone mix-up in this Death deck is very, 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 very good.
That's
and
true.
I mean, you have to watch out for everything because they're all 5 damage. Oh no. Okay, we definitely can't take this one.
Unbreakable coming through. We don't need brute strength to make our move 7 damage. They start that way.
We did find the 7 damage one. God, this card is beautiful, Tamron.
Yeah, it feels incredible inside of this matchup. I mean, the main reason that we put it in his Kirishima deck is because it said that we weren't allowed to get breakered.
Nah, we put it in there because it's got Red Riot on it, and Red Riot is the coolest.
Right, he is the coolest. I did.
Nah, this is not our this is not our UK Kirishima fanboy with all the tattoos. This is not him. Ben Hines is a different man.
Right. True.
I wonder how that guy's doing. He must be living his best life post set 5 now with all these sick new Kirishima 3 cards.
Yeah, man, this is a rough spot to be in. And we have to full block this, right? We have to full block this,
we simply must.
or we just get shemelted, which looks like we do have the relentless. So quality block here.
That does make sense. We really wanted to do some relentless shenanigans last turn, but I think that breaker 1 just made it a little too suspicious.
And there it is. We've got the momentum. We'll snag an extra one. We can make this for 7 damage this turn as well, right?
Yeah, we can powerful once and make sure that it just gets up there a little bit.
Draw my 2. The real question is do we have the high block?
Would you use the food here just to get the speed? I guess it doesn't matter on this attack because you'd be removing 1 and then, getting 1 speed. So it's the same block power on this attack. And then, yeah, I guess we're going for it. That might say, oh yeah, we can't food that. That's that sure is an attack. That card would be functionally crazy.
Whoa, if that's what was stacked for attacks last turn. Holy cow.
I'm surprised we didn't send in the jab, to be honest.
Yeah,
I think
I
the
think
issue
that
is we
there
needed to
was.
send.
There
The
it
issue is
is.
that we needed to send 3 moves, right? Or I get we could have flipped the struggling, but then playing all 3 moves with our foundation count, I think if we checked all 5s, it would have worked. Because we have what, 6 things to commit?
Yeah. So this is going to be
Yeah.
we're going to get our judge ruling, right? If we respond with Nomu to make it 6, do we burn the 2 and then go down to 10, take the 6, take the 5? Because if that's not the case, we're going to commit, make it 6. I'll take 5, go to 1.
Yeah. Whether or not Unbreakable hits our Nomu response definitely makes or breaks lethality here.
Yeah, I'm turning the judge up so whenever they come in, because I'm sure that that's the question we've got right now.
Oh, I always have our judge up. I always have Pippa turned up. I'm so stupid. Okay, well, Unbreakable did kill us.
Okay.
Unbreakable did
That
kill
makes
us. That does make total sense.
Unbreakable says during the damage or block step. But Nomu says before the block step.
He
and
says
there's the question.
So Nomu says before,
Or
the
before
damage,
the damage
step.
steps.
So does that mean Nomu is during the block step?
When does Nomu happen is my question.
Yeah.
There's an imaginary space where Nomu exists.
Is there an imaginary? Yeah, that's the question. Is Nomu during the block step, or is he in an imaginary space?
He's in the void, the ether.
He's in the ether. Nomu is in his own domain. Yeah, that was a really rough run for Nomu, man. I mean, that's kind of what we expected. You know, I think honestly, TC played kind of out of his mind. He played very well that game, but this is just a real hard uphill battle, man. I think the only way for him to really squeeze this out is just try and get like some insane early game aggro and just put Ben totally on the back foot. Hope he doesn't draw that, like, evil gaze type of, blow up 2 of your things, end your turn 2 aggro type of block hand, right?
Right.
Because I think once we give Ben like a couple turns to breathe here, if he gets like through that first turn and that like first like attack or 2 turns unscathed, oh, it's just not happening. Like, imagine a world, right, where we don't get those 2 perfect blocks off. I mean, as either of those players, really. Oh my god.
What's up?
Yeah, it's like imagine a world where Shigaraki's got 10 less health in that previous turn, right?
Right.
We're sending our 5 attack hand in all day, every day.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Man, we are digging deep into our sideboard trying to figure out what do we do, because that matchup felt hopeless.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm not sure there's a whole lot to do, to be honest. I would bring those. We've got some hardened chops in our sideboard. Honestly, I would bring those in. I don't really know what I'd take out, to be honest. But I feel like I'd bring those in just because like I need to just like zone check him a little bit. Because, man, dude, Ben is just so allowed to go into my turn holding nothing but mid blocks, and that feels so bad when he's Shigaraki, right? One of the things that can actually hold Shigaraki back is when you go, I feel like I just have to hold 3 cards, 1 of each zone, because if I miss out on my response, I just get decimated. And that feels so bad. It feels like such a massive loss of value against this almost completely mono mid Nomu deck. We just don't have to worry about that. Like, what a huge buff, for Ben playing Shigaraki.
Yeah, it's I like the chop idea. I like the face shield idea, because like you've just telegraphed the fact, hey, they're all mid. You gotta hold mid blocks. Mids are the most relevant zones in your deck, right? Hold your spear and shields. Hold your whatevers. And you get the block.
Yeah, like punch packages on both Earth and both the earth and good symbols are never like the most the most unpredictable, I should say, right? You're gonna hold a couple mids for the back alleys and the jabs and the thrashings, and the ones you have to block the tempo ones. Then you're gonna hold a high or two for a Texas, and if you're a character that has to block chop, you hold a low, right? The Zimbo deck is doing like even less of that, right? Because as cool calorie counter is, it's very, very, very mid. As awesome as Muscle Mauler is, it's so mid, dude.
So mid.
These attacks,
but they're blockable.
They are quick. They are for sure 5 mids. I will say that much. But they're very, very, very blockable. And one of the real secret amazing ways that Nomu finds his damage is just chump checking you as far as those block zones are concerned. I feel like as awesome as putting these powerful attacks like Muscle Mauler and Calorie Counter are in our deck, they do have a downside, and that's making our attack lineup very, very easy to plan for. Oh my God.
That is a very scary card to have opened up with.
Timmer, this is the Mark Tyner special right here.
Yeah.
Open with your 4-diff asset, check the 3 and commit your character. Now, will he fall prey to the same fate as Mark Tyner during our Kansas City event and die at the cost of committing our character?
This is, if there was a time to do it, right? If there was a time to do it, it would be right now. And the back alley is huge.
This is it. That's not the check we wanted, but man, oh man, we don't have a 0 to build, do we? We're gonna draw off of this for the Baker.
For sure. The question is here: do we cancel? We could cancel this the stun, so it's only stun 1 and an asset. We're opting not to just give minus speed.
I don't think that makes sense. At that point, you cancel the draw, right? Because then that also stops the 1 speed.
Whoa, we're zooming. We were like, hey, I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to play so quick.
We zoomed a little too hard there. Our rival's first form of the game was League of Villains. We don't get to zoom anymore.
You need to ask permission. You need to ask hey, boss, am I allowed to draw this card? Draw one card. Thoughts?
Is this a good one? Is this a good one?
I think by the time that this season is done, League of Villains is going to be my MVP card for the whole season. I think that card is so cracked, and it's the reason I want to play those symbols.
This card is crazy relevant, insanely relevant. I'm kind of surprised. I'm kind of surprised that that this card really didn't pick up steam in set 4. I think that this is like the best of the 3 ultra rare assets in set 4. The others are good, right? Like stopping damage pump, removing keywords with the other 2, but man, just the broad, widespread cancel anything every turn. There are just a lot of decks that can't deal with that.
It was also really funny versus the versus the good symbol, where I watch my opponent. We got another move coming in. This is huge. This is so massive. They have double it can't be fixed double saving Eerie on the board. I have a League of Villains. I stun 2 them. They turn their 2 keeping Eerie safe sideways, and I look at them and I go, I dare you. I
double dog
you.
Triple dog.
Yeah, build your 2, ready and back up, burn 4, dummy. Burn 4 and it can kill you. Ugh,
I definitely watched you kill yourself by a League of Villains burn with basic trainings at some point.
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah. Hey,
I remember that webcam stream.
If anybody ever responds on a committed card, my opponent responds, and then you go, oh, then I wouldn't have done that, you're lame. You're lame. You don't get to take backsies of that. That card says it can kill you. You should let your opponent kill you.
If you die, you die.
If you die, you die. You shouldn't have said it. You gotta slow down when you're looking at the League of Villains.
I cannot be held responsible for what you do to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So we got through that turn pretty darn unscathed. That looked very scary. That looked like it was TC's window to kill or get real darn close. Yeah. simply did not happen. Our control was just good enough on that stage to just kind of stop them in their tracks. But we're definitely playing from the back foot now, as Shigaraki.
True. I mean, we have incredible things like this Merciless Rush to get ourselves back in the race, right?
Oh yeah, certainly. We are forcing damage down TC's throat right now, and just really not. We're just not going to allow him to get to. We're not going to allow him to get his cake and eat it too. We're going to say pick one that you like. Your health total, or your stage. Pick one. You don't get both. You do not get both against my character. You got to pick one.
Right.
So DC's got a healthy stage now. It's got a very, very healthy stage, and we've got Ben with 2 cards in hand, no strugglings, no ways to draw, just 2 good old blocks. If we can just simply throw 3 moves, there will be damage. There will be damage this turn.
There will be blood.
There will be blood.
Yeah. How do you feel about the nothing to see here in this Shigaraki deck? It kind of feels like when we have things like Merciless Rush and the Impact, they're just unblockable now, right? I don't think I'm allowed to lose 2 foundations.
Yeah, they do definitely say that you've just got to pay that 10 health tax as much as you can, unless you want to pay like a 3 foundation tax. Again, pick one. We're telling them this game you've got to pick one, bud. The health total or the stage, you got to pick one. And I think that TC's best way to maneuver through this game is doing essentially exactly that right decision. We have picked our health total for now to keep our stage. We took 10 last turn. Didn't even think twice about it. We took 10. That's not even a third of my health, bro.
Right.
Didn't even think twice about it, which I think you have to. We're never going to kill this guy on 5 foundations, right? Just it's not going to happen. Our stage is too important to us. We need to play, especially as a Relentless Barrage deck. We have an end game, right? We're not just slinging moves randomly. This Nomu deck has totally got an end game, and that's play a Barrage string. We need more than 5 foundations to do that as well. We might be a little bit in the danger zone as here as Ben, right? We most definitely latent skilled defensively to get rid of those high blocks in our hand. We're thinking for the mids.
After building a mid block, right? I think we built a tight lip this past turn.
I think you're right. I think you might be right.
We don't
no mid blocks. So remember how I said if we throw 3 moves, there will be blood?
Yeah.
We throw 3 moves, we might be dead.
Yeah, this isn't a very open Shigaraki.
Another half block, depending on the move, puts us potentially at 12. Oh my god. Yeah, this half block puts us exactly at 12. We follow with a calorie counter. That's over. It. That's literally it. That's literally it. We can half block 1 12 damage move. This is very scary. This is very scary. Like if frankly,
it's going to draw this jab back up as well.
Yeah.
This is not looking good.
I will say, if
we're leader of the League of Villains,
if we are holding on to a mid block and we chose to half the back alley because it's a little smaller than the 12 damage moves, that would be insane.
Yeah, that would be an incredible heads up play. This is -3 speed, right? But we get to give it the 1 speed back with Talented because we've drawn a card. We also get to discard a card, make it a little quicker with Snack Time.
Yeah, Snack Time is really popping off this turn. Snack Time is crazy popping off, especially with the Muscle Mauler. Oh, we got cards for days here.
We got to have another 1 block.
Yeah.
A 1 block 4/5 commit. The way Heinz's body posture is saying that we don't have it, but he might be juking me out.
Do we draw a card somehow? I could have sworn that we only had 2 cards in hand.
We had 3, and we've played 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is still very scary. That's even scarier, dude. We have 3 cards in hand, and we still half blocked. Holy cow! Holy cow!
So as these players are figuring out what it is that they're trying to do, we have another win. The other unfun boy, Mitchell Chimino, takes it over 2-0 versus David Tomes.
Well, holy cow.
Congrats.
One Mirio down, boys.
Fails.
Wow.
That block goes to 7.
Wow. Okay, so he did have a mid block, just wasn't a great one.
And then jab
we know the jab is coming.
I mean, and it's also a 5 mid. There's nothing left. This is it. This is game.
Yeah, snack time it up, baker it up. Holy
snack
freaking
time,
cow.
Baker, building a fresh one.
This is wild.
And I don't care if we telegraph them. They're all big. They're all huge.
You didn't find the zones,
massive.
but didn't find the zones. I mean, this is basically what we're talking about, right? Nomu gets so much of his damage just through simply chump checking you as Shigaraki. I mean, Ben made the call, right? Ben made the call to go into this turn with no mid blocks, rely on the latent skill. Did not find us what we needed.
It was.
Yeah, this block on a 9 certainly not going to get there. Oh my!
He had a couple more.
Oh my god!
And the hits keep coming, and the hits.
Goodness freaking gracious, TC! I need you to tone it down a little bit. It's too early, dude. This is the first round of today. My heart can't take all this yet. Holy cow! Overcoming everything that round, overcoming the biggest sideboard hate character for his character ever, overcoming the foundation base, using his life perfectly as a resource. Hey, look, Tim Friedley gave me 35 for a reason, buddy. Holy cow, what a sweet, sweet game, man. That was wonderfully amazing, Tam. What a real slugfest to kick off today with.
I agree. And it's only going to get more exciting, I'm sure. Guys, we're going to step out for a second, see if we can go find us another match that maybe wasn't quite as quick, as electric, and we will be right back with some more coverage for you guys. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, guys. In a shocking twist of fate, our Eraserhead mirror has cleaned up long before our All Might 3 versus Nomu. Interestingly enough, 30 health is a lot, 35 health is even more. I think things are about to start really, really heating up in this round. Andrew, what is the game scenario for these guys? Are we heading into the fabled game 3?
We are heading into game 3. Nomu won game 1. Game 2, when I joined the room, Mitchell was at 5 and Mitchell was at 1 and Nomu was at 6. And Mitchell started the fabled lead with Texas Smash string, hope that All Might draws me attacks, and was able to get there with a plus ultra rejuvenating smash with EX6. So we played a 15 speed for 6 that was able to get there in the end. So I do understand that Mitchell has been very stressed out because I believe game 1 was Nomu doing real Nomu things.
Wow. Yeah. Well, all right then. Holy cow. What a crazy 15 mid for 6, otherwise known as the only number that matters.
Yeah. It was a very cool last couple attacks there. I do know that kind of looking at this matchup, there's a world where Mitchell kind of can just roll over and die a little bit, like not on purpose, but it can be really tough to sequence through a Nomu turn where Nomu finds the moves and is just like slinging them, right? Is just slinging the moves at him and playing relentless barrages and calorie counters and the like. So it'll be interesting to see what the adaptation is now that Mitchell is getting to go second again.
Yeah, so it almost feels like it almost feels a little bit like our previous Nomu match you watched where he's fighting Kirishima, right? Where our rival, their character has very different techs than they normally do. One of the things that makes All Might 3 so strong is he makes holding a lot of cards to block him really bad because of all the speed he gives, and then he just makes blocking worse and worse as you try and struggle between, the darned if you do, darned if you don't of that scenario. Nomu doesn't care about those things. All Might really says here is we have a little bit of damage pump to make sure our moves are always 6. Oh no, that's rough. With no face down committed to blow up, this is not fun. But so it's like what All Might 3 really says in this matchup is we have just a little bit of damage pump for the 1-2 cards max that you're holding, just to make sure that even my bad pokes are always hitting 6 damage. But what it really, really says is I get 8 cards to try and defend you with Nomu. I get 8 cards per turn to try and hold you off. And I think what we'll need to see Mitch use perfectly there is utilizing those 8 cards on top of all of the really good speed reduction in his deck and just being the good symbol with its fantastic modifiers and zone coverage. He's got to utilize all of those things perfectly to play a real gentleman's game of defense with Nomu so that it doesn't do exactly what you just said earlier and accidentally roll over and die.
Yeah, one of the big things in this matchup too, we're talking about like how difficult it can be because Nomu's just going to go down to 1 card in hand repeatedly. We are packing quite a few heroic strikes in Mitchell's deck. And while Nomu can say, I'll just take 6 as much as he likes, can't do that if we don't have ready foundations. So a back alley and a heroic strike line could really, really slow down Nomu's defensive plan and go, you really have to think about when you're going to press that button.
Yeah. When in doubt, we can always rely on this, the stun 6, stun 8 line.
Yeah.
There's certainly worlds where we're able to get Nomu's whole board down, especially with him not having put up, anything like, it can't be fixed, or we're not even playing it can't be fixed. We're just quick to act in this Nomu deck. How did I not pick up on that before? That feels mind blowing, honestly.
We're a really slim 52 card Nomu deck. I think we just went, I want my foundations to be good ones, right? Like I want them to have real valuable text. Not that it can't be fixed isn't a good one, right? But like we want them to have text that's enhances. We want them to have text that, male bonding, really good. Your rival kind of has control over it can't be fixed. We were talking about heroic strike and back alley haymaker, but your rival does have a little bit of control over whether or not it can't be fixed will get you there.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about, right? Sure, it can't be fixed has the cool +1 high block, and this quick to act as our only 0 instead has a +3 low block. But if we just don't care about that block, and if we just care about being more, proactively aggressive with quick to act rather than like, reactively or stopping our opponent from proactively stunning us, there's an argument to be made for both sides of the equation. But I also just see the world where we're just like, nah, man, +1 speeds cooler than that, and I could play more 0s, but my male bondings, my snack times, my chivalrous, my someone with styles, those just all do more aggressive things for me, especially talented Baker, man. Talented Baker in Nomu is kind of wild.
Yeah, we are Mitchell here able to really play a pretty solid string. This is the hardened jab ready, hardened jab build, hardened jab ready. Yeah, get a pretty solid build, commit those nice tries. One scary thing about this matchup for Nomu, there's an Airy as well. Wow, we're gonna have momentum for Airy. One of the scary things about this matchup for Nomu is that we talk about how like sometimes the game can get out of control for Nomu. It can feel like we have lost our window. And with things like Nice Try and All Might being an 8-hander with quotations, that can happen pretty quickly.
Some people would say with triple Nice Try and double You're So Obvious out, we're already there for Nomu. We're already locked out of the game. It's already out of our control. I can't rule him out though. This dude's got a fat stage, man. And Nomu's got a really well-built stage. Snack time's out. If we start finding relentless barrage strings, you just can't take him out of the equation.
Oh, you can never count a Nomu out. +4, +5 damage strings, right? When your character represents, if I play 3 attacks, my enhance says I do half your life total. You can never really count a character like that out. But behind, like you said, double You're So Obvious, triple Nice Try, and an Airy. It's a tall order right now.
It is almost a completely defensive stage, man. I will say, though, that if things start getting real late game focused here, there's a couple turns where Nomu might have the edge if you can just kind of lock him out of being able to go into deadlock because of all those snack times. We haven't found any deadlock proponents there, right, as Mitchell.
Yeah, and we also never want to count TC out. TC is a name that if you watch the standings at a lot of our RLEs is always right on the cusp. right?
Really?
This is the first breakthrough. Yeah. I feel like a lot of the time you'll see TC's name in the top 32, the top 64, where it was just like maybe one check different, and TC's in our top 16, and we've cast him in Top Cuts before, right? So it's not someone you can count out. Well, Mitchell has the pedigree of multiple Top Cuts and all that, but TC's been just right behind that, almost matching him.
It's crazy. And I know Tam has told you this multiple times before, so I'm only going to pass you on the back so much, but
Okay.
it's crazy how much you remember all of like your brain's ability to associate names and decks and placings and all that over like the hundreds and hundreds of players and events is just like stupendous, Andrew.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
It's super impressive. Like there are names I can remember, but man, it just really goes to show how much you like sit there and sift through the records constantly that your brain just absorbs all that. Because like I would never even be going through like those 32s, right?
So one of the things that's for a reason there, a lot of people at one point I did interviews with people who got like 17th through 32nd, because those people were usually one check away, right?
Oh yeah.
They were one check away, or they were one attack away, or whatever the reasoning was from getting there, right? And like that's a pretty unfortunate feeling, but like you have to remember that our game has so much going on, and there's skill, there's the checking aspect, there's the drawing to our hand size, that like you should really remember the people who were on the bubble or who went one loss too many, but that loss was in the last round. I think that's really cool, a really cool aspect of our game. And coming from a game like when I played Magic, it was pretty clear going into like the second to last round who had a chance to top cut, and that's not really the thing here, right? Going into the second last round, there are 60 people who I think can top cut.
Yeah, dude. It's just no. I mean, like you say, it's like a really cool aspect, and like that's true. It's also just like good event coverage. It's just it's just a good thing to be aware of, and it just makes just makes you have this really dope niche that I think a lot of the coverage in this game doesn't quite reach, and a lot of the casters, including myself, don't quite reach. But I think it's time for me to tone that down.
Yeah.
Stop gassing you up as much as I can, Andrew, because I just got to focus on these 12 damage moves, dude.
They're big. I will say one of the things big. While we were talking about like the placements and all that, you know what's a really sick line? Your hardened jab into, oh, you block that, seizing the advantage calorie counter on a 5. Because the way of calorie counter just saying if your last attack was blocked, you can play it whenever you want. You could play 5 foundations and then go, I'll play calorie counter. But seizing the advantage into calorie counter is really cool. That's a neat piece of like tech that you can play.
Yeah, that was very heinous. We were really truly only saved off the back of our plus ultra block. I was sitting there going, man, if Mitch doesn't have a second mid block, this is some serious half damage. And then we showed our plus ultra, and I went, wow, what a guy. Yeah. 7 mid for 12, not in my house.
Yeah, going to be interesting. That plus ultra, by the way, is what won Mitch game 2, now saving us from a 9 mid for 12, 7 mid for 12 or something. It was crazy.
I think we snack timed once, so I think 8 is correct.
Yeah, 8 mid for 12, in between the two numbers I said.
Crazy daisy, man. Yeah, now I think we're asking about potential deadlocks there, and like I said, this is where I think if we can like kind of block properly and make Mitch feel real awkward about going past 10 and entering that late game state with me, even though All Might gets the cards in hand to play in a late deadlock game state better, if the deadlocks that we have are just way more insane than what Mitch has got going on, we're gonna thrive much more than he will in that game state. Because man, we've got like it's crazy that TC is playing 4 pull no punches. This is such an interesting Nomu deck, but it's really working out for him so far. Quadruple pull no punches in this deck. We have 1 on board alongside a pair of snack times. It's just not feasible for Mitch to go to past 10 now.
Yeah, it's really interesting because to me, when I first got into the game, I read Nomu and I was like, oh, this guy's probably like a big 5 hand size. And I'm going to use control, that's the word here. You just like get to decide when you get the block and when you do this or do that, and you get to go into deadlock. And it turned out he was just me play big move, haha, funny.
Me
You
play
know,
big
and that was
move,
Nomu's
and
niche for a while.
me play big move, and play big move.
Yeah, yeah.
You
And
know play
that
big move.
that was sort of Nomu's niche for a while there, and now we get to see these like slim 50 card lists that are playing a lot of answers, and really the one thing Nomu doesn't want to see is a game get drawn out, but we're fine with the game to get drawn out when we build past pull no punches, double snack time, and our deck is just full of these effects that punish our rival for trying to drag the game out.
Yeah. Like that, I mean, if you ask any real experienced player, how do you just never lose to Nomu? You just build to 20, bro. Right. Yeah. And then he can't play the game. And meanwhile, we just got 4 pull no punches, 3 snack times, a bunch of those on board. And also, I think a lot of it makes sense too when you realize that we're a 4 relentless barrage deck. We're okay to take the game longer. We're not trying to turn to you. We're gonna build a hardy stage, put the most insane deadlocks on the board, and then just find my relentless barrage string. And you've got to figure out how to deal with that string on 10 foundations minimum. And not every deck I think is prepared to do that. That's one of the things that makes this Nomu deck so scary. I really like TC's deck here.
Yeah. I will say we did watch Mitchell and Swiss take essentially 2 extra turns using Capture Evildoers in one game. So we do have that line of like 10 foundations isn't really the end of the world for us,
Aggressively, yes.
Yeah.
Defensively, though, the only leverage we really have here is our nice tries. Nice tries pushes us past like 10 blocking points. But, the question is that going to be enough?
Man. We did get Nomu to 19. We are winning the life battle here, but
just barely. The difference is 19 is 4 more moves for Mitch, whereas 20 is 2 moves for DC.
Yeah.
Sorry, 3. We got Airy.
Yeah. Mitch did get punched in the mouth on turn 2 for 10 damage though, and has been able to like just not leave 20 though. So
we're comfortable, but we're not allowed to slip again.
Yeah.
We are most definitely not allowed to slip again as Mitch, which is quite frightening. It's quite frightening, As far as like our block zone coverage goes, Mitch's deck is very balanced. So like running out of mids is not going to be as much as an issue, especially now, we've got plus ultras in the lineup as well. And our mid blocks are just so good, right? Texas Smash is a 1 mid, Final Smash is a 1 mid. We've got a bunch of other 2 mid, 3 mid spams across there. Like our ability to stop this mono mid Nomu deck is feasible, but it's crazy to say Mitch cannot let TC get to a certain critical mass point, I think.
You know what's crazy? And I just realized it looking at the deck list. Those chops came in from the sideboard.
Yes, they did come in from the sideboard, yeah. That makes sense. My rival gets 8 cards a turn. I got to get through that somehow.
I know we want to build another.
No, Mitch, don't do it.
Are we going to see a Capture Evildoers remove the foundation? No way. Mitchell just would have played the capture.
Yeah,
we have to stop here.
Sure. I think we're deciding if we can build one more because we're allowed to destroy. You're so obvious,
Give them one activation of pull no punches or snack time. Like take a choice.
Right. Which like if we're gonna reset it by destroying the pull no punch, by destroying the You're So Obvious, the 1 pull no punches you get actually doesn't matter, save for a singular stun 1. I mean, if you have something impactful to put down, sure.
We also, man,
doing a very, very big thinking here.
Yeah, just deciding we've got to stop here, which I think is 100% correct. By the way, I don't think we were allowed to, because like even then we like blow the You're So Obvious up for effectively no effect. We actually let TC get all 3 deadlock activations if he wanted.
Right. Like it doesn't make sense. At that point you built the You're So Obvious just to destroy it. So why not, if you were only going to build one, just build the other thing you wanted, right? Either that or you can just only have 10 and actually get to use the You're So Obvious. The other line of building one more also just basically says you just get to draw a free card with snack time, which I'm not into, man. I'm not into. Not trying to give my 5 hand size rival free cards.
We got to see the Earth Symbol's favorite thing there, which is the jab check. We drew Hardened Jab and immediately need to lift all of our face downs to go, what's down here again?
It is jab check time. We do most definitely have a seizing down there. We know that much. So notably, we've been raving about the good decks and how you're just like not allowed to stun them out. Mitch finding none of his stun pieces here as we throw back alley after back alley feels very, very frustrating.
Yeah, TC's in deadlock, right? So we also have You're Finished live.
This is true. This is true. We're actually allowed to. Maybe we could have gone into deadlock. Honestly,
Maybe that's what we were thinking about. Maybe we were like, can I fight through double snack time if I commit the pull no punches?
I mean, there's only 4 things to flip. Thinking about it in that context, I guess it depends what other foundations we had to build, honestly.
Yeah.
Because like if I'm gonna go, that's like a pretty thin, risky margin to go in on just off the back of having a singular You're Finished. It's a pretty thin margin. So if I'm gonna go, I think I'd have to go pretty hardcore, right? I would want to go from like 10 to like 14. I wouldn't want to go to like a baby number. I wouldn't want to go to baby deadlock. I'd want to go to some real serious deadlock. And also the scary part about that is if a second pull no punches or something like that comes down, and we're basically trapped in there until we find self-sacrifice if we build really heavily into it. So it's a really thin bridge to walk on, man.
Yeah, especially if like you said, we didn't draw our stun hate. Like if our foundations were 2 diffs and we were playing them on a 6, right? Like, and effectively we were choosing, if I don't check a 5, I just activated form, discard a card. Right?
Yeah.
Like that I had a card in my stage that invisibly said form, discard a card. Do I really want to do that?
Yeah, it's I don't think it's a good road to embark upon, I think it's just a little bit too risky. I do agree. I do agree with Mitch's decision to just kind of comfortably coast at his 10 foundations. 10 foundations with triple nice try. I think that's probably the better defensive route.
Yeah. See the 3 check there. We do also, the You're So Obvious is going to cash us in a small number, right? So like the You're So Obvious can play double duty here and give us 3 ready foundations.
Ooh.
But here comes the barrage. Do we not have one?
Barrages? Yo, how?
Oh my goodness.
How do we not have any barrages in the pile, dude?
And
That's
he said pay to life, right? He activated the effect, so like,
wow. That's rough. That's pretty rough. That's like such an important number though,
Mitchell, the thumbs up there for Mitchell was like a deep breath thumbs up, like,
yeah.
Wow, not having that the barrage, man. The scary thing though is if we have another one in hand and like now we're playing the what's the top of TC's deck, because we're passing barrages until we're happy, right?
Yeah.
Like the check game isn't real here.
I wonder if we're going to see. I wonder if we're gonna see a pull no punches line come in.
The quick to axe are live now, yeah, but like our hand has to be gas, right? Because we have to deal 20 through what I assume is going to be a You're So Obvious and a block.
Yeah, I didn't think about our quick to axe being live now. I do think that's definitely a reason to
And airy.
Yeah. I think that might. I wonder if that was the intention, or if we just kind of like, oh well, at least I have quick to axe now after that little blunder.
Yeah. Here's a jab.
Interesting. Oh well,
check the barrage.
That is poetic justice.
Do we have a face down barrage too? We did double mail bonding, so we know most of our face downs, but we did double mail bonding.
If we do, then we can do some pretty crazy plays going on. How many cards does Mitch have in his hand?
I want to say we attacked, drew 2. I think we have 4.
Wow, that's a lot of
cards.
We have
3, maybe 3 because we blocked. So it could 3 or 4.
Interesting.
We get to block this jab, maybe.
The question is, how many are mid blocks?
True. Also, how does the math add up here? Barrage gets to 8 So we are going to get to Aerie. We're not going to end up in an awkward position where Aerie goes to like 1. Aerie, we go to 1 with Aerie.
It also like really comes into we have Nilmer again here clarifying something. I think we missed committing 1 foundation for our hardened jab.
We missed committing 1, and then we picked up and built, and so I think there's just a question of like what's committed.
I think you're just making sure that the one that we commit is not the new one that we built in, because that wouldn't have been possible, right?
Yeah.
That does make sense. That does make sense.
Yeah. We had the judge come in, get that cleared up real quick.
Back to the races of this crazy train. So if we get our barrage string going back on here, I think the big thing that is going to change, like the minor, you were asking, how does this string math out, right? It might come down to Mitch having to make sure that he blocks the right ones and not letting those +2 damages from the barrages come in. Oh, it's pull no punches time.
I think we might have mathed it. I think we might have just been able to really accelerate our stage. I'm trying to see if we even have a 6 check, because like we used our nice try on this. Combat decisions. Yeah, we just
looking to fail it. Yeah, holy cow, this is really spooky. Show me a muscle mauler, actually.
That's gonna do it here, by the way.
Holy cow!
This is
it. Yeah, we have 1 in the discard pile. Yeah, no, this is just the critical mass state that we said that Mitch was not allowed, not allowed to let TC get to. Too many foundations to commit. The relentless barrages are all online. It's just too many 9 damage moves. It's just way too many.
We can just keep playing the hope we check the 1/6 in our deck, right? Because these are going to be 5 speed. No, the last one's going to be faster. The last one we're allowed to snack time. So yeah, this is going to do it. This can take Mitchell down to 1. We're going to play this relentless barrage on a 7. The check doesn't matter here.
Literally doesn't matter.
You could see TC picking up with the winner's pace, right? We're button. Didn't check the 6. That's gonna right.
We don't even have anything to commit, right? It's on a 5. It's on a 5, 6, 7. We don't even have anything to commit. We couldn't even. We had to check a 7 there.
Yeah, we couldn't even pass it. So that's gonna be Mitchell Chimino falling to TC. Bringing Nomu into our top 4. Our bracket. Yeah, our bracket fully rounded out. Now, I will say TC has a tall order next round. Notoriously, Levi, if you were going to say that Nomu had 1 unwinnable matchup, right? If we don't call anything unwinnable, but if you were going to say there was 1, you're giving hints to the audience. I'm a fool. What are these hints, Levi?
I have played almost as many games with Eraserhead as Nathan DeWalt has with Momo Yaoyorozu. And I don't think out of those hundreds, maybe even 1,000 games, I have ever lost to a Nomu. It's really
a tall
hard.
Order. It's going to be a big ask for TC.
I'm far from the best Eraser player, and I've fought very good Nomu players. That character matchup is just a absolutely monumental wall to climb. And I think, Andrew, that if TC does anything, no matter how this event plays out, if he does anything at the end of this event, the first thing he'll do is go put a character in his sideboard.
It's going to be tough. We are asking a lot of the TC, but TC has played so well to get into top 4, gotten through an All Might, gotten through, I want to say, the Kirishima 3 into Shigaraki, which like a lot of people would tell you Shigaraki would be a really tough matchup for Nomu, and we watched him navigate that. So if there's any player on Nomu who's going to be able to maybe show Eraserhead what's up, it's definitely going to be TC.
I'm excited to see if he can continue to usurp the natural order, even, right? Like you just said, he dominated the Shigaraki. God, that was one of the most nail-biting games of the whole event so far. TC has shown us great Nomu play and great matches. I'm eager to see what the rest entails. And of course, good stuff to Mitchell, man. All my 3 with nice try. Yeah.
Yeah,
winning
really cool.
formula. Holy cow. It's it's kind of fitting, right? How much unfun stuff pedigree is throughout this top 16. But of course it still warms my heart in a special way to see these guys throwing it down. I cannot wait to see how this top 4 plays out, man. There's still some unfun power in here. If we're really talking about usurping the natural order, right? Not only does TC have to try and beat an Eraserhead with Nomu, he has to also try and stop Jose from winning a Webcam regional.
So does Caleb. Like we're talking about Nomu versus Eraserhead, but on the other side of the bracket, we have Caleb Larson, who has to take down Swiss champ, Prince of Unfun Stuff, Jose Nerono, with all of the buffs in the world. It's a webcam event. He's in the comfort of his own home. A set just came out 2 weeks ago. He's Swiss champ again. Just all of the Jose buffs. Bromley's rooting him on and sending him kisses through the airwaves, right? Like there's a massive lot going on, and it's a tall ask for anyone. Especially,
and then at the end of all that, he's playing Eraserhead into Nomu and Mirio.
Yeah.
Those are by far some of that character's best matchups, especially in this current meta. There are a lot of factors in play. There is a story to be told here, right? There's something that we expect to happen because history likes to repeat itself, which is just as exciting, but in an even more thrilling way, we might see history get shattered, right? We might see the future that Night I saw get usurped. Nothing could be more fitting for the first ever RLE of season 2 in our overhaul arc Undaunted raid. This top 4 is so exciting. I am almost grief stricken that I have to tell you guys goodbye for a little bit so that Andrew and Tam can come in and really kick off this semifinal. So guys, we are going to bounce out for the time being. We'll see you soon, heroes.
Hey everybody, welcome back to our semi-final matchup. We've chosen a good one for you. We talked a lot about slaying the dragon, climbing the mountain, whatever you want to use as your statement of choice there. We're going to have TC back on stream with that Nomu deck that we've seen do a lot of work into some matchups that may not have been as favorable, facing off against VT on Void Eraser. But it's a little different than the style of Void Eraser we had on yesterday. Tam, tell our viewers a little bit about this deck we're going to show off.
Yeah, gonna have plenty of moves. I think one of the big things that I have seen when it comes to Ko's deck is it has ways to deal with my rival's character card. Let me pull up the exact list. Total Erasure Binding, I think, is a really cool answer that I think is going to put in just a ton of work inside of this matchup. And so really cool to see the technology getting Ko this far into the event.
As if Erase wasn't enough in this matchup, right? Like, as if Erase wasn't enough to make sure our strings were really strong and really lethal, saying you can't Nomu this. We have the backup of Total Erasure Binding. We're seeing that punch package with the repeated smashes and the rejuvenating smashes. I think one of my favorite parts of this Eraserhead deck is Ultimate Combination. Because you know how you can kill a Nomu? You erase him and you play Ultimate Combination. You play Ultimate Combination and you erase him.
Powerful 4, baby.
One of the go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, one of the big things that has changed in the Eraserhead package is it feels like you're not having to wait and find this penultimate recipro burst anymore to try and get the job done. We've got a couple pretty solid kill conditions in Ultimate Combination, repeating smash, Total Erasure Binding, hard uppercut. Like, all these moves are coming in for double digits. A couple of races on either the character or defensive foundations or assets means that we actually get to like close the game out pretty well.
Yeah, and while we're talking up the benefits of this Void Eraserhead deck, one of the big things here is going to be, we saw it in the last round, TC's deck doesn't give you infinite time. It's packing 4 pull no punches, 3 snack time, and 3 prehensile tail. So this Eraserhead doesn't get to go do the classic, well, I'll have 25 foundations and be Eraserhead, right? We really do have to come up with a way to win the game.
That's true. That is true. I mean, the one issue that I'm going to see here is We have access to full deck lists. We get to look at attack counts. TC's deck is all but mono mid, right?
Yes.
We've got 19 attacks, 18 of them are mids. Didn't help with the last time that we saw TC's deck on stream, right? That was we got caught with highs and lows, but that just doesn't happen to Eraserhead. He turns all of the cards in his hand into highs and lows, or into mids, excuse me.
Yeah, every single card in his hand can be traded out for a mid block. We do have a few lows. I have to imagine when, after game 1, we'll see the other lows come in from the side. For reference, our Eraserhead player is our 2nd seed. Our Nomu player is our 3rd seed. So that's why Eraserhead got to be on the play there. In Top Cuts, the higher seeded player does get to take that choice. So we will see what benefit that has, right? It's got to feel good to be the as Chris Bromley, as our patriarch would say, the 90-10 matchup also going first.
Yeah. Solid build 4 for both competitors. Not unlikely, not unheard of. It makes sense as our 19 health Eraserhead to probably just build here again. We could maybe see a singular poke, but there's not going to be a lot of action happening turn 2 of this game.
You could see I was going to say hardened jab, and then I summoned it to the top of the deck,
He certainly did. You're a whiz. Hey, no 2v1s. All right, Andrew? You play for both teams. What's the cool card Nomu gets to draw next turn then, huh?
Hold on, I'll tell you. We're going to find our one of rapid punches.
Oh, that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. Yeah, this is looking pretty solid. I mean, man, it just feels bad to block any of these, but every time that you block one of these, you don't block one of these moves, it just like, it says that when we get erased, these powerful dunks are gonna hit just that much harder,
I think we're just gonna choose to go to 29 here. I think that's gonna be the end result. I would like to see a block, because like if we didn't hold attacks, if we just have another foundation, okay, yeah, we block on an 8, but we are gonna fail it because we
choose not to. Going down to 30, simple.
Yeah,
simple.
Down
Go
to
to
30, correct? Yeah,
steal a momentum. Be fine with it. It's fine. It's fine. Not a big deal. We're playing another one. Hey, chat. I'm sorry for being a liar. Hey, everybody. My apologies. I said that we weren't going to play any attacks, and we're in fact playing 2 good ones.
So we've done a lot of talking about how maybe Deku 2 plays Deku 4's kit better, or maybe Deku 4 plays it best, or whoever. Eraserhead plays all of these cards so insanely well. They all say, if you've discarded a card, Levi and I got to talk about this a little bit, so I want to get your opinion on it. They all say, if you've discarded a card, get a bonus effect, and our character just has a net 0 plus 2 speed for discarding a card and picking it back up.
Yeah. I mean, all point leads to a big momentum dump, right? And this card steals us a momentum for free. Eraserhead gets momentum like it's nobody's business, right? His moves are so fast. So having attack cards that gain you health, draw you cards, steal you more momentum, it's just like it funnels to all your points, leading to this one extravagant move. It's so good.
And I think we just took that and fell down to 24. Yeah. So a really solid turn there for our Eraserhead player. We've talked a big game about how Eraserhead's this big long deck, and we've been dreading the idea of Eraserhead in Top Guts because he's such a control deck. He's going to take so long. Do you know turn 2 Damdel? Our Dan Nelson just turned 2'd him.
Yeah.
Played all the moves and killed him. So this deck has a real offense behind it.
Again, if I was playing today, this is the deck that I'd be playing. I'd be playing Void Eraserhead. I think it's the best deck in the format at the moment. And I think there's the Void Symbol finally caught up when it comes to Eraserhead of having versatile kill conditions, being able to play out your aggressive strings. Like, we played 2 attacks, found 3 momentum, and we have so many incredible pieces left to defend ourselves on an onslaught. It's really, really strong. This is a tough spot for Nomu to be in, trying to fight back here.
You can even kind of see that slightly more aggressive slant here with cards like All Worked Up. Yes, they do double duty with Eraserhead when they enter the discard pile during the enhanced step after it's discarded, right? Like there are things you can do with it, but those are definitely a little bit more aggressively. Like they're meant for when you're trying to pass checks to attack.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think we flip here with this move? If you had to pick, what would be
Manly
your choice?
Passionate guy?
Mainly Passionate because you don't want him to build.
I don't want him to get to free block, right? If he held a, I don't know, a keeping Ares safe or something, right? Like
sure. I guess like getting rid of the keeping Ares safe says that if I have any more stun, it stops it. But the -2 speed is just going to cancel out that not award the victor. What's it called?
Seizing the advantage.
Seizing the advantage. Yes.
It's not been gone that long, damn. It's only been a few months since seizing was running over the format.
That's fair. -2 from the eraser, -2 from tape. I thought tape was also another fine choice, right? To just try and get through, but like,
yeah, I really wanted to see the Manly just because like our stun's a little bit more impactful if we can stop eraser from blocking and building.
Right, that's true. Even on a partial block here, right? Like 24 is not that difficult to find if we had built one more foundation, especially if it's like a damage pump move, right? So it just really depends.
Yeah,
incredible call on the keeping the Ares safe, right?
Yeah, that's the one thing I'd worry about. So now our stun feels a little worse. If our follow up is more stun, now we have keeping Ares safe. But you know what? A big gain though into these decks that we're like getting beat up on by Eraserhead is Calorie Counter. We can't sing the praises of that one high enough, right?
That's true. This card is so sick. Starts as a 5 mid for 6, 5 mid for 12 inside of Nomu. Its one downside is that it's a mid, right? Like,
yeah.
But the plus speed that we get that we lose off of a race gets countered by counter itself.
Yeah, and the other thing too though is that Ko has to block. This is for 12. I guess has to block is exaggerating, but this is for 12.
Right.
Right, like
very incentivized to block. We'll put it that way, at least.
Yeah, and then Nomu's gonna get the double effect. Nomu's gonna gain 2 off this block, and maybe even get to flip that keeping Ares safe. Or we prioritized the gotcha originally, so I have to imagine we're gonna hit both gotchas, perhaps, right? Like if we're gonna hit one, we should hit the other.
I think it was a keeping Ares safe.
Was it okay? Was it a keeping
before?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it was 2 gotchas. My bad.
It could have been. They kind of do the same thing, right?
Yeah.
One is minus speed, one is re-ready itself. Like,
so on a 4, gotta commit 1 to block this.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, successfully blocked. Before the breaker happens, we get to flip the cool thing. Not that it necessarily matters.
That's
also
gonna
back
take
up to 26, which is huge here, right? Let's spread that the health difference out. 26.
Yeah, we're gonna see a build out here. You know what's one of the crazy things, and I've seen you talk about this like in your TAM talks and stuff, is like when you're playing around Breaker 1, if your plan is to play 2 cards, right?
Mm-hmm,
you should just play the first one.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, cause like if you check bad, but yeah.
Yeah, it just does the same math, right? Like there's no reason to Breaker 1 yourself for the rest of the turn. Right?
Yeah. Let's see. A lot of face downs, a lot of foundations that don't really do much for Eraserhead's defensive plan, and we're gonna see a counter build real quick.
Yeah.
We do have to be aware of deadlock, though.
The onus is on Nomu, and this Nomu in particular, to get the job done. But we were just actually leading up to Sling. This rejuvenating loves to be played second. draw 2, gain 2, have a healthy hand to discard a bunch of cards. Yeah. Feels good. Feels good.
Yeah, life total staying at 19 to 26.
Incredible. We now have 4 momentum. This is at the point where if we played 1 rejuvenating and were able to push it through, it would be lethal. No? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. I guess this is 18. Maybe with a big punch.
Am I missing? We're trying to make this thing like fast enough because it's 19 to 26.
19 to 26. Yeah. I'm saying we now have 4 momentum. Next move we could powerful and get there, right?
Yes.
Erase.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, but we don't. Yeah, we could definitely. If the next one's what, total erasure binding potentially.
We just erased Nomu, right?
Yeah, we can do that, but I'm saying like we have a variety of cards here.
Yeah.
Erase, total erasure binding. Yeah. We're gonna EX this one to force the Nomu or force the. Interesting.
Currently 9 for 6. This is the fastest 6 damage move, which means that, like, doing our math, this might just be the case, right?
Yeah. If we've done our math correctly, this would take Nomu down to 20. Ultimate combination? Question mark. Okay, we're just gonna build. We're over here. We're over here doing 3D chess. And
we're trying to kill him.
Yeah, that's gonna bring Nomu down to 20, 19 to 20. The life totals are starting to even up.
Do you remember the year 2019?
No.
Yeah, me neither.
It was before 2020, right? So we got an even break there. I don't pre 2020 is a blur, you know.
True. 4 momentum feels great. Bunch of cards in hand. We've got a cancel. We've got a manly that we can build down with. This is feeling uphill. A full healthy Eraserhead.
$19 to 20. Our muscle maulers are still alive, but they don't get us a momentum. So we have not hitting this skinny guy with the eye power. We have a local, by the way, who says that Eraserhead's broken in the card game because every character with an eye power in anime is broken.
Interesting.
Yeah, and that's the main reason Eraserhead
go
is
through
broken.
the list. What other anime
I don't think we should do that.
Power guys exist,
but
I just don't know enough about anime.
We'll talk about it after the stream. Stream.
Sure. That's fair.
And we see
Give me a list.
prehensile. Well, I'll send you a list. We'll send you a list of people with eye powers that were broken.
Perfect.
So
decides to take the break. I think our only goal here, truthfully, is we have to defend as best we can, and then find 5 attacks. Those attacks all draw us an attack, and try and sling 10 moves or something at this Eraserhead. He feels in complete control. Yeah.
We said this about Mitchell last round, but then Mitchell had to deal with the realization that there was a pull no punches and double snack time, and now there's double pull no punches prehensile tail. Right? Like, we do have to be able to block forever on 10 foundations right now as a racer.
Right. Or we'll just, skate into deadlock. Only 2 ways to get out of it technically. 3 if we use the capture or use the cancel.
Yeah, we do have 1 way to get out.
Yeah, we've got double all worked up that's on board, which is pretty rock solid.
It'll be an interesting sequencing battle here, but because we kind of have to just accept that we're blowing up our all worked up while it's ready. Because if we try to play the game of you deadlocked pull no punches to give it stun 1, and then TC just goes all deadlock pull no punches again, it can get a little rough there. We're counting up our foundations.
Smack Alley coming through. Hey, 2 speed stun 1, please. We want to make this one land. Come on, give me one hit.
This is a pretty, like, yeah, we get to get out of deadlock here, but this is stun 1, stun 2, and 2 speed. So we're kind of like effectively giving 5 speed, right? Like the power of stun combined with, back alleys. Are we canceling the build or the stun 2 there?
Interesting. I'm not positive. I didn't hear exactly, but we'll
Gotcha.
find out, right?
Yeah.
It could have been stop the build or draw, because drawing one card says that all of our moves also get +1 speed off of Bakery.
Yeah, it's a really solid cancel. Yeah, and it gets us out of deadlock, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It came in with 2 speed. It says I don't. Okay, there it is. There it is. Yeah, we definitely canceled the +2 or the deadlock ability.
The deadlock, got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Ko took a second and said, "Let me think about it," and that was the delay there.
Right.
Because the first thing TC did was point at the pull no punches. Man, really tough spot. These Nomu decks in these top cuts. The last one ran into Jose playing the mid package because it gives you so much recursion between things like Relentless Barrage and Tetsu Thrashing, and then running into Eraser Heads.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's like the biggest issue with Earth Nomu right now, right? Is all the Earth Nomus that we've been seeing hit so hard with the most mid moves of all time. They're all mid.
Yeah, Nomu right now feels a little bit like Fourth Kind did last summer, where last summer, before Fourth Kind had Vile Seizing and League Invitation and all these new tools, Fourth Kind really preyed on the idea that you made a mistake. You checked bad on one attack and you weren't allowed to, right?
Yeah.
And you paid for it. You know what I mean? Like you checked on a 7, checked a 3, and committed 4, and then Fourth Kind went, "You what? You did what?"
You fool.
Yeah.
You
And
foolish
Nomu has that
fool.
energy where like sometimes he just gets you on 2, and sometimes he punishes you for making a mistake or having a little bit of bad luck on your side. Now, granted,
Yeah.
I think I really like TC's list because I think it's really geared to this idea that I'll get you on 2, I'll get you if you make a mistake, and I'll also get you if you try to drag the game out, right?
Yeah. I'm a fan. Wish there was a little bit. So this is interesting. I almost I was prepping a Nomu list to be played at this event, and the sideboard that I was doing when we were doing Thrashing and Relentless was actually 4 copies of Hard Mirage, 4 copies of Rapid Punches, and we're just gonna take out these 8 mid attacks, throw in 4 lows, throw in 4 highs, and be like, "Hey man, we'll try and get you on the half blocks. Go back to the pseudo throw plan. They all deal 4. They all deal 4."
The funniest part of this this match for me and for TC's last match is if he's flipped 2 keeping Aries safe, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we just built in another, and last round he had to get through an Airy. He just wants this little girl to go away.
Get her out of here, man.
Please go away.
Get her out of here.
Please, I'm begging. I am begging you to go away, Airy. That is exactly what TC is saying. I flipped you face down twice. I had to get through your asset last match. Here comes here comes the Muscle Mauler. We're not going to get the full value. Here from this Muscle Mauler because we don't have a momentum.
True.
But it does say draw a card, right? It's not conditional.
How did we not take damage from this first move? What did we block with?
Keeping Aries safe, and we mainly Passionate Guide.
Oh, that makes sense. I looked away, looked back, clean card pool, no health change. I was like, what happened? What happened?
Yeah. Huh. Well, I've got an update for you, by the way. We'll get it soon, but table 1 has just left the table. So we will have a result soon, Tam.
Yeah, we will have a result soon.
I thought they'd already put it in because I saw table 1 was empty, but we will know one of our finalists already.
It is a
God.
win by Jose Narono, 2-0 versus Caleb Larson.
Caleb with an amazing run. That Mirio deck that definitely like looked like we considered what all of our bad matchups could be and took all of these chances and choices to generate momentum to fight other Mirios playing Capture Evildoers. Does fall to the the prince of unfun stuff. Whatever the webcam beast himself, Jose Narono, bringing Jose to the finals with that Death Eraserhead deck that's got quite a few fans right now.
Yeah, I could not care about Jose's list at all. I think Caleb's list was the coolest list in the room.
It was a very
that list was so sick.
I've been playing up my internet persona a bit in Discord and talking about Mirio today, but that Mirio list was very well made. So
that is true. Pull no punches.
Oh my god! Wait,
toss the card in.
I feel so dumb
about. You're still daydreaming about it.
I feel so dumb because I was like, oh, our muscle mauler doesn't do everything we want it to do. I've been talking about pull no punches all round. That was really solid. That was really cool.
Yeah, combining that with a little bit of speed from the talented Baker. We are going for a full block though.
Full block and a breaker. I like the idea of Eraserhead just holding up his hands and just like blocking every punch, and Nomu's just screaming endlessly. I really get into my head about the lore matchups, by the way, about how these play out. I really, you can call me a weeb or a nerd or whatever you want to call me, Tam. My favorite part of this game.
The lore.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the Eraser Nomu? Because Nomu kicked the snot out of Eraser, if you remember.
He did.
Just absolutely mollywopped him. But he was
did
just
beat him
strong enough to like stop Shigaraki, keeping his eye open. One of the best scenes in the season 1.
One of the coolest, yeah, definitely the point that I think has sold a lot of people on the show, right? Because I think a lot of people were like, it's okay, and then we get to that, and they're like, the intensity of the situation kind of sets in, and you're like, oh, there are some evil dudes out there in this world, right? It was really, really cool. All right, so we're gonna clean up our card pools. We flung the moves. We did no damage. But we do have a back alley haymaker in our hand and quite a setup here. Well, quite a bit of foundations getting ready to block.
This is actually, if there was a way to win as Nomu, this is it.
Yeah.
We have +5 speed on our board. If we go to deadlock, we have +7 speed, stun 1 on our board. We have a way to disrupt our rival with learning the standards if we do choose how to do it. On the other hand, Eraser has been lobbed I really wanted an attack turned out of Eraserhead.
Yeah, the pause there too. We were really thinking of what we could do, and our answer was play a decoy duplicate and a night watch. Like, still very strong, but I'm telling you, man, this build with the quadruple pull no punches, like, for the snack times and stuff, where you're telling these control decks, these slower decks, that you're not going to get to do what normally works against me.
Yeah.
Now, granted, we're a little soft now. Like, we are at a point where we only have one pull no punches. So like a single erase gets there. But Ko has already removed an erase from the game for Night Watch. So it's not like we just like, we do have a finite number of those. There are only 4 in our deck.
Right. Absolutely. Trying to hear the player. We're asking questions about decoy duplicate. How do you feel about decoy duplicate in this meta? People are singing praise of Broken Psyche, a card that we saw early in the day yesterday, but didn't finish out the rest of it. What are your thoughts on decoy?
Decoy's pretty good, right? Like, decoy, it kind of depends on what you value. If you can tank some hits and you're playing some damage reduction, Broken Psyche is going to feel really powerful. The decoy is a little bit different. Decoy can be that last-ditch effort to save you. I think I like decoy in a character like Eraserhead, right? But a card like Broken Psyche feels really powerful in someone like Amajiki, who has damage reduction on face, who can say, with 1 momentum, I will 0 out your attack.
Yeah.
In this matchup, right, if we finally draw the hand on TC's side, we're able to block everything, right, and leave decoy up and go, you need one more move than you thought, right?
Right. Let's pretend this back alley gets a singleton enhance, right? With decoy live on the board. What do you prioritize? What's the first thing you do?
It's probably stun 2 if I had to guess.
For me, it's either stun 2 or the draw card, right? I think draw card is like incredible in this position, draw or build, because it might get us to cancel with the Night Watch as well, right? The getting the 2 cards off of the board is just as good as the stun 2, and it gets 2 face up cards, right? As opposed to if we just stunned, it'd have been 2 face down ones, right? Or even 2 face up ones with playable wall committed abilities, you know.
I will say I'm shocked that we fired that off right there. I thought we'd save the decoy for a bit later.
I think we're just afraid of like how many button presses we get on this punch, right? Like what happens if we don't have another draw card in our hand, right? This is these talented bakers are not going to let us in. They're not going to be playable.
Yeah, it does deny, 2 speed to every move. So,
yeah.
It was a really, I think that was still a winning exchange, and it just got brought up in chat by Satonis. That was a really good exchange, I think, for TC.
I think if we had drawn as our first move, I think I'd have been super down. But I think we played the Deadlock ability for the 2 speed stun 1, and then it got kicked. I don't think we drew the bonus card. I might have missed it, right? Looking at one player's board versus another.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. It does look like we've got 2 erases in our discard pile. And so... Oh, you know what? We haven't checked any other actions. We're not allowed to Night Watch because we'll lose an erase. Right?
We will lose an erase for good. Yeah, the Night Watch is a little bit risky to use. Ko is also playing some number of the new action from set 5 Barrier Shield, Hikiji Tengai's action, and it's really, really cool in Erase Red. It's going to be really good into the mid's Nomu deck when your erase has Breaker 3.
Yeah. Hey, stop.
Yeah.
Knock
Please
it off.
stop.
It's my turn again. You can take your attack string. Get it out of here.
Yeah, stop. You've violated the law. Man, we've been sitting at this 19 to 20 range for quite a bit here. Code not finding the citrus, as you like to put it. We'll use a Tamarind Cardwell phrase there. Not finding the citrus.
Yeah.
And, I think TC is mapping out a plan. I don't think these attacks are getting flailed with no reason. Like last time we saw the Muscle Mauler to pick up that back alley and draw us a card. Like, I think we're trying to accumulate mass, right? We're trying to get there. We know that we win if we can force Ko to build into Deadlock with how our deck is set up, or we win if we just find the nuts.
Yeah, and it looks like we're trying to at least get pokes, get things moving, sculpt us a stage and a hand that we want, And we're
gonna see that seizing in a calorie counter, aren't we? Oh my goodness. This is what I know that someone Barrett Bryant tried to say, like, you got really impressed by something small yesterday, and I was like, because I haven't figured everything out in this set, right? Our players are showing me really cool things that I never considered.
Yeah. Choosing to flip the Night Watch here as opposed to the Unexpected Hero. Thoughts on that?
I don't hate it, right? Like I think it's a play that's the only Deadlock in Ko stage.
Sure, that's fair. It's the only Deadlock. I want this thing to hit for 12. I want to get on the board. So getting rid of the -3 speed by flipping and making their thing quick, getting rid of the And if and when it is blocked, right? Because it's going to be blocked. We just flip the other thing with getting rid of the Night Watch off of the flip, or even like give him an opportunity to cancel and enhance. Get rid of the erase. It's a like I want to give him the chance to mess up. Yeah. Please get rid of my moves. I'm begging.
Oh, there's the barrier shield to set this back down to 0 speed.
Hey, that's slow, I think.
0 mid for it doesn't matter. 0 mid for please stop.
What are the chances? I mean, there's no way we pull no punches here now, right?
I don't think we can. I think we need the threat of that card on our board.
Yeah.
There's that ultimate combination that you and I both kind of thought might be the path to victory with an erase, but breaker 1, breaker 2, -3 to your next check. Please stop.
Yeah, we've got 2 of them bad boys now in the discard pile, so that is off the table until we get a cycle.
Yeah. We're gonna get that unexpected hero, right? That's
yeah.
Flip it, please.
Yeah, I mean that's +3 damage, right?
It's -3 speed, right?
I mean, we can slam a bunch of speed on our move and then flip for -3 +3
Sure.
on an erased. I don't know. I'd be afraid of just dying, right? Having been on the side as a Racerhead, I want all my damage pumps that I possibly can, right?
Yeah.
That card in Eraser is -1 speed +3 damage, which is not a bad exchange rate by any means. We have 3 momentum, can easily grab more. Like there's schmoves that we can do.
Still thinking it over here. That is going to bring Nomu up to 22 though as well, right?
Correct. Yeah. 19 to 22. Hey, do you remember the year 1922?
Actually, I do, Tam. What you don't know is I've been around forever.
Tell me some interesting facts about 1922.
So in 1922, the USSR was formed.
Oh, that's right.
The Soviet
Me and you both had
Republic.
front row seats.
Yeah. So the other important thing that happened was the Irish Civil War began.
Yes, of course.
Wimbledon was opened. Yeah, they opened Wimbledon. I was there for that one. Got to see the first old tennis game on Wimbledon. And the other big thing for our UK viewers, that's when the British Broadcasting Company was created. I was there as we signed the paperwork to create that private company formed by Marconi Radio Communication Company, Metropolitan Vickers, of course, General Electric. Course. You know, I was there at that groundbreaking event. So, yeah.
But in this year, Nomu gave up the ghost. Nomu was like, breaker 3, too much. I'm done.
Yeah, that was enough. He had enough with breaker 3.
Yeah, he said breaker 3, too much. Plus, we want to get smacked once, you know?
Tam, you like to play this game, right?
Mm-hmm.
First attack, rejuvenating smash. Are we killing in this turn?
I think it's weird to try and kill him this turn and have our first and have our first move. Sorry, let me restart. I'm still thinking about your 1922 facts. That's where my head's at right now.
Yeah,
I think it's weird to not try to kill him and have this be your first move, right? This easily could have been play a foundation, play this, gain 2, draw 2, continue from there.
I think we're going for it.
I think we're going for it too. And chat, I would love to know your guys' thoughts. 1s and 2s. 1s, is he dead? 1, is Nomu dead this turn? 2, is Eraser taking it off?
I feel like first attack rejuve. You know what, Tam? I'll give you what you want from me. I haven't given you anything you've wanted all weekend. I'll give you what you want. I'll
click in the number 1. I'll
like to see the chat
scrolling. I like to see it swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Makes me feel good. Reminds me that we have almost 200 people here in the chat. Thank you guys all for hanging out today.
Yeah. Second rejuve is the call. I saw that one. Maybe that is the case. Maybe it is second rejuve.
I mean, rejuve into rejuve like feels like a great play, right?
Yeah. This is going to take Nomu down to 16, firing off of learning the standards.
Yeah, he said there is no second rejuve. Do we still go for it now?
Yes.
Hey,
I think we found what we're sculpting for. We've come to the realization our stage is face down. We need to make a move. We have no way to break these. Yeah.
Our $45 secret rares. Do you think that's what it is? You think we got a couple $100 hands in here?
I think we might. I think we might have found the repeated we've been looking for all day, essentially. Yesterday and today, we've been looking for that card on stream, and I think I think you might have made a good call here. I think we might see it.
I mean,
19 to 16. 19 to 16. We did check pretty rough. I think if we play a repeated and we check a 3, though, we just have to pass.
Like, not play it?
Yeah, on an 8, commit 5, ready 3.
Yeah, I mean, it honestly depends on how many erasers we have at hand, right? We just erase Nomu twice. If this connects, we go down to 10. That is 2 instances of powerful, and we give it 9 speed plus another 2 speed from eraser. We can't block that.
Yeah, 11, 13. Yeah, I guess if this one hits, does TC know that this is the one we have to block, though? Is TC aware that this is our shot at blocking? But even if we block, right? Like
even if we block, we're still dead. It just says that, hey, we need less speed, right?
Yeah, I think we found it. If a repeat, I forget. Repeated has both of them. Has both of the keywords. It's got both
keywords, both of things. EX3, powerful 3, ready 3. It's strong card. Strong card.
Looking through our discard pile, taking a good old look.
What are the chances we check a 3? That's the only thing going through our head right now. Hey, if we check a 3, what actually does happen here? You know?
Can we?
I got a 6 for 6 with my character.
Yeah, we're doing that, Matt. You see we're looking at our face downs because we have hardened jabbed once this game. We're counting our deck. This is, we're in our top guts, so our players are afforded a little bit of extra time. But I do imagine that we're gonna have to make a decision soon on what our next choice is. It's like we're playing for a lot here. We're playing for a shot to go to the finals to get that victory dual needle ones. There's a lot on the line here. I think we're just trying to balance out what we could possibly go wrong with here.
Yeah, I would rather, take a little time, let me and Andrew do our jobs for once, chat into the microphone, and let him think it out.
Blocking this on an 8, checking a 5.
If we have repeated, it's over. We can't block anymore.
On an 8, he's at 60. Yeah, there's the repeated. Check the repeated.
There's the repeated.
4.
All right, so we need to check another 5. We have to erase here.
We do have to erase. Yeah, we got to play erase on a 6. Does the unexpected hero matter? So it's printed 6 damage, right? We got it pulled up on the screen. Printed 6 damage. 9, 12, 15, 18. Tam, I think 9, 10, 11. I think, Tam, we're at the mercy of a 1 high block to make this lethal. Yeah.
Interesting.
Because we need to cash in. We need to cash in 4 momentum to make this lethal.
Because it's 16?
Yeah.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, because of the... Wow, because...
Oh, we get to ready 3, so like that helps a little bit, but like
it gives us -1 speed overall, right?
so.
Math.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Ko do the math because that's why he's
Yeah.
down there. But I'm pretty sure we're at the mercy of a 1 high block check a 5. But I could my math could be off a little bit there.
Yeah, I need more 19.
I don't think I was counting a racer head, to be honest. That might be what I'm missing. Not counting a racer
okay.
head. So
Okay.
I think you're right. I think if we do everything, this is lethal.
Now, there is one thing, one wild card. Shoot your guns up in the air that neither of us have accounted at all. What happens if we flip a prehensile tail?
True. That will
flip
mess up the
prehensile
math
tail,
a bit. Yeah.
Discard one of them cheeky momentums. That's flip for -3 speed. That's pretty good.
How much? Ko is on 5 momentum. We need 4 of it, right, to go into making this lethal. To make it for
lethal.
18.
Yeah.
That means we can only make this thing 9 speed, 10 on an 11. Yeah, if we flip prehensile tail, I'm pretty sure this never kills.
I think I'm seeing a camera. Oh, we were just so still. We were so still. I was nervous. We had a DC. We're thinking so.
I think if TC pops that prehensile tail. Yeah, we're gonna make it for 18. What are our block zones looking like for TC? We got any 1 highs in our deck?
Don't
think so. Hardened jab.
Check.
Hardened jab. Or 1 mids, right? We're looking for one high, 1 mid. We have barrage.
He found the line. All right. So this is a 6, 7, 8. Checks a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 1 high says it's a full block.
1 high, 1 mid.
1 high, 1 mid says that we live. We punch him back in the mouth.
And we have the 1 mid. Tap them all. You've got to tap them all.
8. Holy cow. Are we about to steal this game? Taking... This was how much?
Taking 9, going to 7.
18. We'll go to 7.
Yeah, that was TC found it. TC realized, oh wait, if I just get rid of this momentum, I can't die here.
Wow. Hey, chat, for all you people who press 2, claps to you. Claps to you. Wow. Hey, do you remember? Hey, this is that classic 4th kind. Waiting for my opponent to mess up, overcommit just a little bit.
If we have, here's the thing: we're at 7.
Mm-hmm.
If we have a total erasure binding and the unexpected hero, we have to commit eraser.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Total erasure binding. Yeah, that's fair. Or 4.
I think
5, 6,
if we have
7,
it, we have
8,
to try
5,
for it.
6, 7, 8. If we've got it, we got it. He's
on
what
an 8,
an insane call. What an insane call. Checks a 5. 6, 7, 8. You're nuts. Holy cow. Oh, and we're gonna take our time cycling. Hold on. Let this moment breathe for a second. Breathe it in, everybody.
So the base on total erasure binding here is, what's the speed on this? Is it 5 speed?
It's 4 high for.
It's gonna go to 1 speed to make it lethal. We can still block.
Yeah.
It's us 19 to 7. Nomu's at 7 here. We have to flip unexpected hero, and then it's a 1 high for lethal on a 4. If we have another 1 mid.
If another
a 2 mid
at all, right?
A 2 anything. A 2 anything. A 2 anything means check a 5 because we have to flip unexpected hero.
Yeah. Everybody hold your breath. Everybody collectively hold your breath. Okay, the cycle's taking a little too. I'll pass out. The cycle's taking too long. This is such a cool line. I love it. I love it. We smell blood in the water and we are swimming towards it.
It's funny because I'm looking at the 4 diffs in Ko's deck here, and to be honest, this was the only 4 diff that I think was like the safest, because if we played jab, it'd be 0 speed. A 1 mid, we're blocking on a 3. This puts TC in check a 5. Shows the low block.
Holy cow.
Oh my goodness.
What an insane line.
Shows the low block. What a crazy game.
That was so sick.
What a
Ooh,
crazy
that was
game.
so
Doing
sick.
exact lethal, taking Nomu to 0. Wow. Well
just
played
said,
there by both players.
forgot prehensile tail was a card. Wow. Even with a slight mistake.
Yeah.
Wow.
What a line. What a line.
What a line.
Also, man, TC, that prehensile tail, I know it's something subtle. That card says discard a momentum, but seeing it, using it, passing our block, right? Passing our block. What a game. We're gonna go into sideboards, Tam. We're gonna go into sideboards, and what do you think what are we looking at here?
Let me see.
I already know 2 cards that Ko just immediately pulled out, by the way.
Okay,
I know all 3, I think.
We'll start with Ko. All right.
Yeah.
First one is saving Bakugo
Yes.
instantly, right?
Instantly.
We ended that
And
game with our whole stage face down, huh?
Yeah. And fulfilled my duty, I think.
Yeah, that's fine. That's chill.
Yeah.
How do you
And
feel
then-
about like a maximum hardening? Is that
No.
anything to mess with?
We're already full blocking everything, right? Maximum hardening's at its best if we're playing against like throws, right? Like if we're playing against like off zone aggro decks, maximum hardening is at its peak. I think we're gonna see the saving Bakugos and the fulfilled my duties from Ko. I don't know. Did you? What's your thought on maximum hardening? Explain. Was it just like the
mid block that builds us a card, and it also says that all of our moves do 6 no matter what. So our even our jabs, they do 6 if we so wish. Like it's an option. It's just like another mid block to come in versus our all mid deck, right? Let's get rid of some of these high. We could get rid of like getting rid of like 2 of the barrier shields, putting in 2 maximum hardenings. Says that like I just have more mid block options because barrier shield's a tool to use, and the hardening is the physical block. You know.
Yeah, that's fair. I think it's I could see it. That's fair. What about what about TC? I think I know again the 3 that TC is bringing in.
Learning the standard, and then 3 chop, right?
Yeah, it's chop, right? Chop's got to come in. Not a mid attack. Also one that Eraserhead just doesn't like playing against.
Yeah, that guy hates discarding cards. He's already doing it. Don't make him.
Yeah.
He doesn't want you to do it more.
So I think it's the chat brought up like I don't know how Nomu wins this matchup. I think we saw exactly that. Nomu has to be patient, extremely patient, and needs Ko to fumble somewhere. If we had a 2 mid or a 2 high on our hand, we just played as a top card of my deck a 5, right?
Yeah. That was super winnable, or not losable by Nomu there, which is like when you look at these any matchup on paper, right? There is something to be said about the skill of the players involved, as well as the cards that are given, the cards that are checked, the sequencing of blocks being played and attacks being played. It's something. It's something to look at for sure. As you are filling out your My Hero Academia collectible card game fantasy sheets, is not all matchups on paper go exactly the way that you think.
For sure. TC gets to be on the play here. I think that is a big gain. TC gets to present that turn 2 aggression.
Yeah.
Right? And I think that's going to be a really positive change in this matchup. I think we get turn 2, and yes, it's still going to be tough through -2 speed and mids and everything, but like we're still a little better off than we were in game one. We got that tiny bit. If we're gonna call this, as Levi put it, like the 90-10 matchup or whatever, the 100-0, going the change in between going first and second turns it from 90-10 to maybe like 80-20, right?
Sure. It's still not the betting odds that I would look for, but you know.
TC's playing out of his mind, by the way, too. This is the second time I've gotten to see him on stream. You guys watched him in round 1, or in top 16, and TC's playing really well for what I have to describe as being three, I think, unfavorable matchups in a row.
For sure. Yeah, I completely agree.
The Heroic Strike All Might 3 deck and the Kirishima 3 Foundation Destruction deck that should eat up 5-handers going into Shigaraki 1, who should eat up Nomu. Right into a racer head. Like we've seen the gauntlet of the things we didn't want to run into.
Yeah. Chat, give these players your energy though. I would love to know what you guys are thinking. If you have a favorite to win this match, can TC bring it back to a reverse 20, or is it going to be over in the next game? Let us know.
And we're going to draw up our 5. Hope they're the good ones. Code going to draw the 7, take our partial. It looks like our first hand was not great. And we're going to put it back on the player 1 side. Player 2 looking at the partial. Looks like we are making our decisions. We're going into game 2, and Eraserhead is up 1-0 after a crazy string, a crazy line that ended with, hey, here's my really blockable lethal attack. And TC went, I got a low, buddy.
Really blockable for some people.
Yeah.
But not for this low block.
Taking some partials, and then here, see the build here from Nomu. Love to see that build 4 from game 1.
Build 5. We want it. 0-0.
Oh, on a 5? I thought we were going to play a 1 diff.
We were going to play a 1.
I was ready.
That would have been so sick. Yeah, got the build 4. Classic build 4.
I was holding my breath there. I thought we were going to slam that 1 diff on a 5.
It would have been awesome.
And let's see the start. Getting our hand all set up. Kind of separating our foundations and attacks, and we're going to draw our additional.
Okay. I love Amajiki just like staring at me. Like, hey, what up?
And then you got the side eye. There's a lot of staring going on. They're all staring directly at me. I hate that you pointed that out, because all I can focus on now is all of the cards are looking at me. They're looking directly at me, and I don't like it.
I wonder what that says about you and your personality, buddy.
What?
What that? You tell me about characters with eyes, and I'll tell you about that afterwards. Anyways, we're gonna build 4 back. Checking a couple of cards. Fanning it out for the cam, for the fans at home. Let us know what's in our Discord poll. We build, right? Or no? We have to swing. We got to swing. Got to do 100 right now.
That's not what you wanted to see, but we do have to do, in fact, 100. Maybe not exactly 100, but
doing 100 would get it done. I think even for a Eraserhead, stopping 100 damage seems a little tough.
Yeah.
What are the chances we have like a mid block foundation?
Look, TC is gonna have nightmares over Airy after this event. I'm just gonna throw it out there now.
You think that's what's coming? You think there's
God, you know what would be brutal?
Right into the
you
trap?
know what would be so brutal?
Tell me, hit me.
We've been talking about this. I've been really impressed by this play and attack. It gets blocked, seizing the advantage calorie counter line. Right? I've been really into that line. If the card we block this back alley haymaker with is a saving Bakugo.
Oh yeah.
Like,
It just means we have to flip the saving, right?
Yeah.
It's like we don't get to pick anymore.
We are in a position though where like this is a 2 mid, right? But like if we're trying to block with a saving Bakugo, we have to check a 5. I think we have to. Oh, we have a barrier shield.
I'm sorry. Say that one more time, but like in a
You
different
know,
timeline.
we're drawing two.
Whoa.
We're saying breaker 3 is
assuming
enough to end your
breaker
turn.
3's. Yeah. I don't hate this. The call out, right? I don't hate it. And if we panic, we need to flip for -3 speed, give it 3 damage, and then still block. That's probably good enough, right?
Yeah, we are making the decision that breaker 3 ends your turn, or at least breaker 2.
Breaker 3.
Solid start here for Ko. This is we both kind of had a moment there where we went, oh, we're committing the eraser, and then yeah, just hoping that breaker 3 slows down Nomu.
Commit Eraserhead? Are you crazy? Yeah, I'm crazy. Watch this.
Do you know what else is like crazy though? Because like seizing on a 4 isn't. Oh, we're just calorie counter on a 4. Check a 0.
Counter. This is on a 4. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess we'll just commit them all.
We got to commit Nomu too. Oh, yeah. It was. We checked a 0,
and it was on a. Oh, we checked a 0, not a 1. Right?
Yeah, we checked a 0.
My brain said breaker 2. Hey, I forgot a race head breaker 1 on it as well, huh? This is pretty quick, and this is. I mean, we're getting 6 damage through, right? I think it's gonna be very hard pressed for us to want to flip for -3 speed plus 3 damage.
Yeah, barrier shield put in the work there on that back alley haymaker. Calorie counter. It's not even a guaranteed 6, right? Like, if we set this thing down to 2 speed, 3, 4, yeah, and we can. It went 6. Oh wait,
No 6 for me. Man,
you know what's crazy is like,
it'd have been so sick to have it though.
Yeah, we're gonna get the 6
Takes
damage.
6.
And Eraserhead bleeds. That's the first damage Ko has taken in this match. We did the surely I won't check another 3 fan out there, by the way.
Yeah, it's impossible. And it's true. All right, so we've got 2 ready, potentially a 3rd. We could pretend to block maybe 1 move here. Depending on if we want to like re-ready this Summoner style, but that feels bad.
I know 35 is a really big number, Tam, right? Hardened Jab will do 5.
Yeah.
So we'd go to 30. A Rejuvenating would deal 6. We would go to 24.
Yeah.
Repeated still doesn't get there. Okay, so we're gonna build. I was trying to think of like, do we have a 35 on 4 foundations?
Yeah, how is it possible?
Yeah, it's not.
I mean, we also had like Red Riots, the coolest. We had the unexpected hero. Like we could slam the stats, but the question is like, it already looked scary enough when we almost missed last time. Why bother with that? You know?
Yeah. On a glance, I'm pretty sure that string ends up doing the mental math with Nomu in single digits, but not dead. Eraser's gonna go up to 15 though off this Rejuvenating Smash. Draw the 2. Get the easily excited response. Just like if TC had any inclination that they were going to get to block this, it is going away now.
Yeah, for sure. 7 for 6. Steal a momentum. This one will go to momentum. This is 6 stats on a repeating smash later. I don't think there's any other like real input that we need to do here, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Get our momentum and get our 2 speed, and this one's pretty good.
Yeah, that does feel good. How do you feel about, I mean, we flashed 2 low blocks, right? We have the Heroic Lineage versus Fruits of Our Labors. If you had to pick, which one would you discard? Do you think I made the right choice here?
Yeah, I think Ko did. I think the having we're gonna build down that unbreakable.
Right.
So like -3 speed and an off zone block now can be a big deal.
Sure. That's fair. My big thing is one of the cool pieces of that of Fruits of Our Labors inside of Eraserhead under Void specifically is I block with 2 erases. Oh no, I'm out of erases. I'll remove this, discard my 2 non-attack cards from my card pool. That's 2 erases. And so like I get to, I get 4 erase blocks this turn as long as I have the cards in hand to pay for it, which after rejuvenating, we do. Check a 3 on this. Do we pass it?
No, we chose to fail it. I think did we check runner 3s there?
Yeah. Checking every 3 on our deck. We have now, as a racer, caught up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We should be at 29 for Nomu, right?
Yeah, 15 to 29.
Yeah, just took the 6 damage. We're now caught up. The cat coming in, figuring out what's up. It's 2v1. There's no way Nomu could win.
I guess Ko has a few pets, and when our players were getting set up, they took their bathroom break. They took like a few minutes between the round to compose themselves and get ready. And I like a cat jumped up on the table, and then they had like a pet rat. The rat was on the table for a second.
Yeah.
There was I don't know.
Should play
all kinds of
Coda,
stuff.
actually.
All right, so on the game here, I don't like Ko's position.
Oh, it's very bad.
I do not like this at all.
Yeah.
I think if we have 2 more moves on TC's side, I'm flipping that chivalrous and getting my talented Baker online.
Yeah. I mean, oh, man. You're in the heads of the player. You're in their head. Discard for 1 speed, stun 1. Stun 1. Hey, the -2 speed that you gave, I'm down to discard my own card. Give it a little bit more. Make it stun. Talented Baker. Give it a bonus. This all in all should be back to 4 mid for 10. Stun 3. Draw a card. I mean, that's one heck of an attack, eh?
Yeah. Especially we're gonna put Ko in a position where we use the stun and then go, do you want the lineage or the manly? Right?
The answer is manly. Whoa.
Yeah.
Which that means we're allowed to give the damage freely, right?
Oh yeah, 5 damage.
Yeah. I mean, here's another question, right? Does it kill? Chat 1s and 2s. 1 ready foundation for Eraserhead, is that enough to stave off? As a 4 mid for 10, what 1 mid block could Eraserhead have that is worth blocking with flipping this manly building down? Right? Maybe it's a 2 mid and we have to commit Eraserhead. Is that worth it? Second back alley just absolutely blows us out.
Because like, here's the deal: erase Nomu so he can't give damage is whatever. We still die to 3 natural 5 damage moves, right?
Yeah.
Like we just
yeah,
we're a little baby. We're a little baby, you know?
Yeah, and I mean they're all gonna get quick, right? Like if there's any amount of card draw still, we've got like we have Baker that's online, and then we've got the snack time. Yeah, we're gonna see if that stun move was correct. Decoy duplicate building down. This is a huge one, but it doesn't matter. I think those are saving grace.
No, we're down to 5.
Would have been huge. Would have been an absolutely insane block, though, right? Block with that, commit Eraserhead, flip, build it down. With oh no.
Yeah, TC just picked up the winner space. We saw this last round against Mitchell. TC now knows that they probably can never lose this game.
Yeah,
right. Like they got to draw the momentum, so another attack. I think TC's gonna steal this game from Eraser here.
Yeah,
right.
A feat that people said were impossible.
Like I said, Nomu's got real big set 2 fourth kind energy of like, you made a mistake, you checked bad.
Yeah.
You checked bad, you fool, right? Like, yep, Ko scoops him up.
To scoop it up. Yeah,
TC
like, hey,
taken down
on my weekend.
2. Well, Nomu putting on a show there, kind of showing that power of like my moves are for a bajillion. That 3-check was heartbreaking if you're Ko, by the way. You feel like, all right, I'll block, I'll commit. If I check a 5, I'll commit Eraser and decoy duplicate plus this will maybe save me, right?
Yeah.
I'll maybe get an extra turn.
Does it though? Does it though? Right? Because like our first enhance as that muscle mauler is add that attack back to our hand.
Sure.
Right.
But if we pass
so,
the
like,
block, we're at 15 still.
True.
So if the only move we had left is the calorie counter that did damage earlier in the game, we're playing that calorie counter on a 7, and it's only for 12. It does mean that if TC has another move, if it was muscle mauler, the calorie counter, inner momentum, and another move, then we're dead, right? Like,
yeah.
It does buy us the idea, the hope, you know, that Nomu didn't have another one. But I think when we flipped that chivalrous, it was over for Ko there.
I did like the play though, right?
Yeah.
As opposed to attempting to like, oh, I can block this move. We were definitely trying to find the out for the whole game, right? As opposed to just that one attack. I dug it. Very, very cool, very heads up play. Deck just didn't cooperate. Yeah. No sideboard changes now, right?
No, I don't think so. I think we're happy with what happened.
Yeah. If anything, maybe as Nomu. So we got these 3 attacks on our sideboard. What if we just push our attack lineup up to 21 attacks or 22 attacks? Math, how's it work? Yeah. I mean, it's like for Nomu, right?
So yeah,
for TC. Let's just like, hey, I need to kill you early. I need more attack cards.
I'm going to make Christopher Bromley angry with me if he is watching. Back in the Origins regional last year, my plan into Eraser, because you have to remember, time is a flat circle. We're around the same exact point of last year where everyone thought Eraserhead was like the best deck in the game. You remember Origins? We're like a month later, but that June set 2 format, Vegas and Origins, where Corey Aguiard won Origins with Eraserhead. My plan into like the Togas and Eraserheads as a 5-hander was to go to 27 attacks in my deck. I brought every sideboarded attack into my deck because I was like, I don't get to play this game with you, right? I have to draw 4 moves.
Wow.
And so I don't hate the idea. I'm a big proponent. Like, this is gonna sound like the ramblings of a madman here, but I think if you're a 5-hander and you're going second into a really hard matchup like this, I think you just got to deal with the fact you'll check more 3s and just slam the moves in.
Kill him.
Yeah, and you gotta kill him. You gotta kill him. I don't hate the idea.
Yeah.
You gotta deal 19, and your rival is not going to make it easy.
All right, Eraserhead goes first. How many we build? 5?
4. I'm going 4. You can't be greedy with Eraser. If the opening hand had 4, you can't be greedy, right? You just got to say that's good enough and like
build 5, build 6. Let's hit a build 6. Void has 0 diffs now.
Let's get started. Game
these
3.
players are so much kinder to each other. You're not done with your mulligan. I'm already halfway through my my combat phase. I'm building already.
Yeah, going to game 3. What a solid start. The Unbreakable, the Decoy, the Mediator.
Okay, we've checked a couple zeros.
Uh-oh.
Come on, we need 2 more. We need 2 more.
Uh-oh.
Oh, one more. Come on, I believe.
Uh-huh.
No!
I feel like the air would have left the room if that Night Watch flipped over a 3 or a 4.
Yeah, that'd have been pretty spooky for sure.
Like, we built 3 good ones, like right before the Night Watch. But man, checking a 3 or 4 there, and if you're TC, you're just like, oh, it's gonna be that kind of game.
Yeah, especially with our build 4, possibly build 5 if Eraser decides to try and take this poke, right? I want a momentum. Well, I want a foundation. That seems like a fair trade. Handshake. You get momentum, I get foundation. I mean, we poke though, right? Jab. We play jab so that my prophecy of having 5 on turn 2, 5 foundations on turn 2 is alive.
There's the fulfilled my duty from the
Ooh,
sideboard.
It's the one of, right?
We found the one of.
We found the one of.
Yeah.
Hey, it's the reason we play them.
I'm not even playing this match, and my shoulders are tense because like we jammed that rejuvenating on a 6 with no fear of like what happens if I check a 3. If I check a 3, I'm dead. Right? Like.
Yeah, Go just said I'll respond rejuvenating gain 19 because he was dead earlier. Hey, that's a powerful card. That's a good ultra rare. But no, I totally agree. I think that like he's playing to win, not playing not to lose, which I find so respectable. I love that mentality. I'm here to win the game. I'm not here to not lose.
It's crazy, Tam, because when I'm in their position, I have the same mindset. And now I got the tie on, and I'm sitting in my house talking about it, and I'm over here like gripping my chair, like, why are we doing
the cold sweats?
Yeah. Why are we doing?
Yeah, this is a block. It's a mid block. I love it.
Yeah, because I'm definitely one to be like, oh, who cares if I lose, right? I got this far.
Yeah, true.
That was my take when we played in Oceania, right? I drew my turn 2 hand and went, oh well, let's see if we can kill him.
I mean, we take our 6, build our 1 down to 29, a very familiar spot for this Nomu to be in. We continue, check the 3. This makes sense. We don't quite have enough. We don't quite have the foundation base to be super happy with the Unbreakables. Man, Berry Shield checks a 5. That card's so good, man. Yeah. Holy cow. That card checks a 5. That card could have checked a 4 and it would still be in a 3 of it in Go's deck for sure. Yeah. That card's fantastic. Skirting away this combat phase with 2 momentum and a very healthy board. Lots of disruption. A lot of defense. A lot of blank foundations on Nomu's side. This I kill you on turn 2 kind of dream. It's not really where it's at.
That's a lot better of a turn 2 than we experienced last time on Ko's side for sure.
Yeah.
We got a race rate at 19, Nomu at 29 after that rejuvenating smash. If we were gonna find the line, the stun 2 move might be the best starting point.
Again, what do you pick first? Stun 2, draw.
Just depends on the hand, right?
Yeah.
In this situation, it's draw or build. Right? Like I don't know that even with stun 2, Ko choosing to stun maybe an unexpected hero or a mediator, right? Like looks like we're choosing the stun,
yeah,
right?
Tape and then like unexpected. I guess it's mediator because mediator destroys, whereas opposed to unexpected hero flips, right? You like get to keep the foundation. That makes sense to me. Yeah, life total is 19 to 29. So this is threatening, half of a racer's health. There's got to be
a casual 10.
Just a casual 10.
It's a casual 10.
Hey, do you remember what happened in 1929?
You don't want to get me started again on 1929. Our viewers don't deserve that.
They don't deserve it.
Chad, if you want to know what happened in 1929, I'll tell you about it later. I'll tell you when you're older.
You'll tell them when you're telling me about anime eye powers.
Anime eye powers, yeah.
Love it. I don't expect to use any of our resources on this move. Genuinely, I think we're just gonna grab ourselves in a race. We're gonna make it as scary as we can make it, and this is gonna get mid block. Maybe we draw it. We build something down.
Yeah. Realistically, if I started talking about 1929, Tam, Brian would mute me. Brian would mute me until I was done, until my mouth stopped moving. And if he unmuted me and I kept talking about it, I got muted. Yeah, see, I got muted. Yeah. That's the way I got the warning shot. So
Funny. Yeah, checking a 3 on that is a little spooky. I really wanted to see another back alley come down, truthfully.
That would have been crazy.
Yeah, back alley into jab would have been like, whoo, was spooky. But we have now checked a 3 on this jab, committing our 2. We're going to get a pickup, rebuild 1. I'm still not positive that Nomu's not done attacking, you know? I'm not sure that I even want to like use my decoy duplicate to clear that progressive, right? Let Nomu draw an extra one. I lose a foundation, right? What happens if the card we picked up was something spooky, you know?
Was one of the scary ones.
Yeah. Eraser is daring us to kill him through our breaker 1. And we're not taking it. No gamble here. No need. 2 mid blocks, 2 prehensile tails, and the male bonding, which is just like more building, right? Like we got to sling 2 attacks, and build essentially 4 for next turn, because we're definitely gonna get poked again, right? Like,
yeah. Nomu says your attack, right? Not this attack.
For plus 10 or
for plus equal to the difficulty.
Yeah, I believe so.
All right. My brain was like, man, what if a Nomu like against an Eraser was like, I'll give your attack 4 damage to go below half.
Your non-throw attack.
Okay, not bonus. The attack. That would have been so funny to me. It's been a minute since I've played Nomu, so I've been peak humor. I'd have loved some comedy. All right. We haven't really assembled the stage. Well, I guess we did find double prehensile tail. But we haven't found the pull no punches or the snack times that are just like, hey, Ko, you got to be, that number 10 is real. But double prehensile tail might do a good enough job of making us pay attention because we are doing the count.
That card also says it has a deadlock ability, right?
Yeah, it gives a thing 3 damage and throw.
Yeah. Nomu can't give damage to throws, though, Andrew.
See, it's simple. It's simple. It's elementary, Tamron. We're going to simply give it the damage first.
What?
15 damage muscle mauler throws, 15 damage calorie counter throws.
Oh my goodness. Hey, block this one, punk.
We'd reenact brute strength real quick.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I wonder what the follow-up is here. We just build our 1 because if our hand is clunky, if it's clogged up, you know, because we and it's just foundations, it could be a minute before Ko is able to find a line. Do you think Ko is looking at their deck list right now, right? And going, man, I really could have used idle work.
Yeah. Something, right? Like,
yeah.
And we are taking. What up, everybody? Welcome back to the TikTok. We are taking the deadlock challenge.
Yeah.
We are going to do our best to fight through double prehensile tail. Look at this little guy just hanging there on the pipe. He can't be that scary, right? He can't be that scary. How do we get out of deadlock?
We have an unbreakable, a decoy,
2 meteor. Oh, I think the unbreakable might be huge, right? Of helping to get us out.
Yeah,
because that's like constant. That's destroy 1 every turn.
Oh, we have a tape for the 2 tapes. Like, we're pretty set up for the. Oh, just kidding. There are low attacks in my deck, by the way.
Yeah. What are the chances that our first enhance is just 3 damage throw? You're at 19. I want to get on the board. My goal is to get momentum.
Do you think it catches a Night Watch?
I'm down. It gets a Night Watch off the board. So like maybe there's something more impactful that I get to do later. Because like I guess we are allowed to sequence it, right? To where I guess it would be they destroy 1, I give it the 4, they destroy 1. I attempt to deadlock, they Night Watch and cancel them out of deadlock, so I can't use the other one.
Yeah. If he dies, he gets out of deadlock. True.
Yeah.
Fair point. Did not consider that one.
It does hurt the rest of his tournament run for sure. But
yeah, it does hurt the chance at the golden dual needle lunge. But it does mean we get out of deadlock. That's true. Sometimes your best answer on some symbols is like, what's your answer to deadlock? It goes, oh, no, I'll just die.
I'll just die. It's over. Yeah. I'll just go watch anime later. Like, that's the answer.
Yeah.
The answer to the deadlock? The first part of that word. Dead.
So this is a pretty solid move. We're going to do the erase trick. Probably make this one mid unless we just held a low block. I feel like a genius if we held a low block.
That would feel pretty good. Interesting we haven't decided to use the make it throw, though, right?
We did unbreakable, so like we could have whatever block, right?
Well, it's considered fully blocked. What happens when you fully block a throw?
True.
You still take half, right?
True. Did we make it a throw?
We do not have a Prince Outtail committed. Yeah, so this one is completely blocked.
And we're gonna struggling a little bit here. Is there still a male bonding in our stage, or did we use it?
There is a male bonding in Nomu's stage, yeah.
And not male bonding,
not a
manly passionate guy. You know, Kirishima card, passion, bonding, friendship, courage.
I earlier had an issue with seizing the advantage, buddy. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
All these cards all look and sound the same. We've been doing this for 100 hours this weekend.
Man.
I want to say, everybody watching, we've officially crossed the 200 viewer mark. Holy cow, everybody. Thank you all so much for the support. Incredible. Incredible. You guys are all hanging out with us today on a Sunday. Thank you, guys. Claps in chat for you all.
It took everything in me, Tam, to not take credit for that. I'm going to acknowledge that I wanted to.
Thank you all for coming and watching Andrew Holder in this tournament.
Yeah.
Thank you,
true.
guys. You
we
would
immediately
be
go to
here
7
if he
viewers.
wasn't here, but I get it.
What better thing to be watching, though? If you're a My Hero collectible card game fan, right? We have a new set with really cool new tools, a bunch of really cool new decks. So I couldn't imagine watching something else on a Sunday.
I completely agree. This game is so sick. I've been talking to friends like in between our breaks, right? Because we got this rotating cast, and I'm like, guys, you don't play this game. This card game is so much fun to play. This card game is so much fun to play. They're like, yeah, what's up? Like, that format's really healthy. Competitive play is really awesome. I'm just like, I'm so bummed that I'm casting and not playing. It's just like a really, really sick spot to be in when it comes to the card game. I am happy. I am happy.
For sure. For sure. Huh. We're really setting up a string here. Really setting up a string.
I mean, we're trying. I think we might just be trying to get rid of some of these answers, right?
Yeah, you gotta get through the buttons at some point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's, man, I bet I could make an entire video about the idea of you need to play through your opponent's answers.
Yeah.
If you sit here and you see your opponent has answers and you just are like, I don't want to play through them. It's bad. It's just bad.
I would have also not hated. We take what the deck gives us, right? We only get to draw 5. I think I also would have been. This turn would have been really sick if we just let's skip all the attacks, right? And if we just would have gone pull no punches, snack time, pass. Your turn. Figure it out, go.
Do we have that in our hand?
No, I'm saying we get what we draw, right? We get what we draw.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
But I think the hand we were looking for on TC side was these two, sir.
Powerful deadlock abilities.
Yeah.
Pass.
These two, figure it out.
Yeah. You dipped your toe into 12. What happens if you got to? What happens if I made you build a 15? Then you're not getting out of it.
For sure. We saw the decoy fired off there at the first deadlock enhance, by the way.
Yeah. Where's the spook?
It's a throw. It's not in the card pool anymore.
Get that out of here.
Yeah. So Nomu at 29, 19 for Eraserhead. Let's see what the line is here. Did we get out there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 10?
Yeah,
Did we get to 10? Yeah, we got to 10.
Yeah, 10 foundations at 10 foundations. Some pretty okay stats on both sides. Erasure binding is going to be pretty powerful though if we want to try and force an attack through, because we're not allowed to rely on Nomu's character ability in order to get us there. So this is kind of like a safe. I don't know, like sitting here watching, I don't know if this is a kill string or not. This could just be a 5 damage poke.
Yeah.
I just don't know where to go. So if I don't know and I get to see, I get to see just as much, right? Like there's just no shot that we attempt to block this, right? Not when there's like a repeater that could happen later.
The total erasure bindings are really cool. I like, because we've been looking at the deck list, since last night. The new policy for tournaments is top 16 gets posted the night before. That was a tournament floor rules change that happened at the beginning of July 1st, I want to say, is when that became a thing. And I'm been looking at the decks, and the total erasure binding, like at the end of a string, telling Overhaul you don't get to play one from your face down, telling Nomu you can't make this 1/6. Yeah. I don't know. I've been pretty high on erasure binding, right? I got a place set of XRs that I got way back in set 3.
Whoa.
Yeah, I was got a pretty good deal on them, and I was like, man, this card's got good stats, and that enhance, even if you can't combo it, that enhance, you don't get your character. Characters are just getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah.
So
I mean, we've seen it all of this tournament, right? Like Civ characters were everywhere. Imagine, total erasure binding. Hey, Mirio, you actually have to deal with this one.
Yeah.
Sorry,
this one,
buddy.
This one doesn't say 0.
Your get out of jail free card. Not here. I'm looking at you.
It's a really awesome adaptation for sure.
Yeah, taking the 5, it sounds like, going down to 24. Decided to use the learning the standards, saying this is not a poke turn. You get no rejuvenating smash. Do not stop go. Do not collect $200. Build foundations and pass.
Yeah. I'm wondering if are we just considering passing? I see a little bit of orange in the hand. We got a little glimpse there on that tilt down. We did move some gray ones to the front. Are we doing math that are we doing the game 1 math again? We don't have the momentum. We got to deal.
No way.
Yeah.
There's no way. 24 is way too much.
We did the finger tapping, the
false calculator.
Yeah,
the calculator.
The little finger wag where you're doing some math.
I love that. I love that.
Tam, I want you to know I just got scared.
Yeah.
TC has 2 cameras set up so that if one goes down, we have access to the other camera so that the screen is always there. The other camera went down, and I heard the budung, and a camera went away from my screen, and I went, oh no. Turns out everything's fine.
Everything's okay.
Everything's fine, but it scared me to death. If you saw me jump back a little bit, because I can see each other, that's why it was. I got a little nervous.
I already turned that camera off because having the 3 was very distracting.
I don't know. It's not bothering me for some reason. Can't listen to player audio. Can watch 3 cameras.
I think we just passed.
Yeah.
I think we weren't down to take the Nomu deadlock challenge.
We weren't down to take the prehensile tail challenge.
Yeah, prehensile tail challenge.
We got our 5 damage in, right? I also think that we have to be aware of those quick to acts. I brought it up, I believe, during Jacob Masura's match yesterday with you, where I think it was Joseph Zimmerman said that the best card in his deck was quick to act because no one's actually 35ing you. Yeah, they're leaving you at 15.
Right. And that's a convenient number when you're Nomu.
John Williams, who also top cut with Nomu, said, yeah, I got to build all my quick to acts. Right? And that was a big part of why he got to top 4. I got to build all my quick to acts. So back in the Webcam regional for season 1, John Williams top 4 with Nomu, and gave a big credit to I drew the back alleys and the quick to acts, Looks like we're doing some digging. Tam, any update on what's up? Are we just counting our attacks?
I think we're just counting.
Gotcha.
Counting, stretching. You know, everybody take a second right now and stretch out your wrists. All right, we're all gamers. We should have our bodies be healthy. Stretch out your wrists. We're here, card game players. No reason to hurt ourselves as we're deciding our next forms. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. We got some Morse code happening with our tap dancing. Drink some water too? Agreed. Good advice. Good advice. While you guys drink water, I'm going to crack myself another Dr. Pepper. Checking a 3. Back alley on a back alley.
Man, I surely have not seen many back alleys, checking a 5 today. That's my calling card.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is truly, coming out of the cage. Build to 0. We've been doing just fine, Tam.
That is true. That is true. Again, I guess we're not at desperation deadlock anymore, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're big chilling. We're just here to run it, make it happen.
Committing that Unbreakable is so scary to me, by the way. I know we have double tape, but
yeah, I just don't think we're allowed to commit foundations, right?
Fair.
Like, if we remember our last kill string when Nomu was at 24, it took literally everything that we had to muster, and we had even more resources available to us, right?
Yeah, we do have Nomu at 24 now as well, 19 to 24. Does have Nomu at that number from game 1. Game 1 was 22. Game 1 was 22. We had to do 22. So we have two more health.
Now it's impossible. Now there's no shot.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Yeah. We had 22 and we had 5 momentum.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had successfully poked a little bit more. We had played 2 or 3 pokes as well.
I mean, we could just fulfill my duty this card and probably feel fine about it, right? I don't want to deal with this one. No build, no draw, no nothing.
Committing the Unbreakable and using a tape for -2 speed makes me so nervous.
It's very scary. Yeah.
Like,
it just says we have a million mid blocks, right? Like that. We know they're all mid. We're going to block all mid.
But what if we brought the chops in?
We should have brought the chops in. And maybe that's just like an adaptation that code doesn't know, right? Like us seeing the deck list, it might be a thing that like it might be a thing that we're just not 100% aware of, right? Not a calculation that we picked.
I mean, both players did have access before this game to review deck lists. Another, again, floor rules update that happened, but yeah, that makes me so nervous. 19 to 24. We are a little ickle baby. I know if Levi was here, he'd be quaking in his boots at the thought of using a tape for -2 speed and committing our Unbreakable against the Hardened Chop deck,
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But we say that we don't mind. We're down to check the 3. Couldn't be bothered. Let's breaker.
Oh, well.
Build 2 pass.
Well, we got him. We got the... I think the learning the standards against the Rejuvenating Smash deck is
it's funny.
It's so funny.
It's funny.
No.
Not that one.
No.
Better be next turn.
2 Prehensile Tails still our main deadlock. We review a Barrier Shield.
We are at 12.
Foundations?
At 12 foundations on Nomu's side.
Oh, I was like, well, who's at 12? What did I miss?
What did
I miss? I told Tam to keep track of it, and then I started keeping track of it too for my own personal reasons. 19 to 24. 19 for Eraser, 24 for Nomu. And I was like, how did we get to 12?
We need
to
remember
to ready our foundations.
I think.
Yeah, let's remember to ready our foundations.
These ones are important. Who needs them, actually?
All right. I think we're going to see the exact same thing as last turn, by the way.
Yeah, poke, take 5 pass.
Poke, take 5, learning the standards, you.
Yeah.
Now, we also could see Poke Seal learning the standards if we really found it, right?
Yeah. I mean, that would be pretty scary.
Yeah. We found the
I will
schmooze.
say, at like when it comes to the fact that Nomu is in deadlock, right?
Yeah.
We have the Night Watch on board. There aren't that many cancelable abilities defensively on Nomu's side. This is 10 damage that we're representing on one attack that Nomu can't deal with, right? Like, I play the attack, I could seal the attack, play my rejuvenating, gain 2, draw 2, flip, lift this card, play it again on the 5 instead. Like, there's a lot of different cool options that we can do with looping this one attack. I dig it a lot.
A lot of action here, man. I feel for these players. Being in this position where a lot is on the line. I feel like on TC side, he's kind of feeling maybe a little bit like he's not getting it. He's not catching a break, right? He's not ever finding the hands, right? The 5 attack hands to even try and make a play, right? Like,
right.
And then on Co's side, we are so scared of the deadlock threats, right? We have a very fragile health pool, and the idea of +3 damage and throw has held us back, combined with these really well-timed learning the standards.
Oh, we are opting to build. Hey, the deadlock challenge has 100% been accepted on Nomu's side. They are saying I am down as we take this 5, making the game even, 19-19.
We have evened up. Are we going to see the learning? We gestured at it there.
Reason not to. Although at the same time, like, we have 3 cards in hand. We have a massive stage. We could just, like, we've got a huge stage. We're waving our fingers. Hey, come get it, Eraserhead.
We did fire the learning. So 19-19.
I'm going to go read this card.
We got a reader. I believe Night Watch cancels a non-character enhance.
I think we're flipping it because we're in deadlock.
Yeah. Now we need to read learning the standards.
Your rival must play a non-attack card as their next form or end their combat phase.
Yeah,
this is not a legal move. We have to play the card.
We have to play something from our hand. Yeah, we cannot lift with Night Watch.
Okay. I think going into deadlock as Nomu is the right call.
Oh, for sure.
I think that this is just. I think being afraid, shying away from it, is incorrect. But it feels, at least Co feels, that we are supposed to swing in nice and hard.
I think Co's taken the game 1 line again.
You think so?
It feels like it, right?
And this time it's even better, right? Because we've got flip, add this 4-diff back to our hand. Play another punch on a 4, play rejuvenating, ready 3, play this last one on a 4. You can't, I don't have to waste the erase, right? It's just like, we just swing it.
XR Night Watch looks so cool, by the way. Well, we have a judge in here clearing some stuff up. XR Night Watch is so cool. We're committing a mediator, our unbreakable, and a fulfilled my duty.
Yeah, that is a lot of defensive pieces, right? A full block a thing, cancel an enhanced step, auto block a move. There's a lot of defensive resources to say, hey, I want to get the game over.
Man.
Yeah, I can feel you sweating from here.
Yeah, I'm getting tense.
Nervous.
I'm getting tense, man. These players have both played this match incredibly well, and like I almost don't want to see one of them lose. I know we have to move the tournament on, but like I almost don't want to see either of them lose. You know?
No, we don't have to. Let's just stay here.
Yeah,
we'll be done.
We'll trap Brian for the rest of forever. No, we'll keep the stream on.
Oh, right.
Like when they would go to cycle, instead shuffle their deck, don't remove anything, keep going.
Run it. Keep running it. Does the block happen?
That's a breaker block.
Muscle Mauler block.
On an 8, check a 5 this time. We're not checking 3s like last time.
6, 7, 8. Pretty incredible.
Yeah, breaker 1.
Okay. We form, right, to pick up our move. If we wanted that so bad, right? It makes our progressive -1, and we have a face down to commit for it. Playing an attack here is incorrect.
19 to 19. There's a jab on a 7.
Is incorrect. Playing the jab on the 6 would have been way cooler.
Checks a 4. This is terrifying.
5, 6. We got one more.
We got one more. Did we not call the breaker? Am I mistaken? Doesn't Muscle Mauler have breaker?
Muscle Mauler, I believe, has
breaker 1. Did we not call breaker on TC side? Because the stack before the check was fulfilled my duty was the most recent checked card.
We are now trying to figure that out. Okay. We're now trying to figure out what's up.
Yeah, Muscle Mauler, the breaker 1 block. Talon Eraser, I can play that game too.
Hey, punk. Listen here.
Your moves are mid too. Did you know? You play some mids as well.
Fun fact.
This is crazy.
So we're leaving this easily excited up. Easily excited is being valued as such an aggressive piece here. Do you think like maybe it's because we haven't used the response yet?
Okay.
Opting to fail.
You know what's crazy to me?
No,
we were so down to pass that if we didn't get breakered.
Yeah. The difference between one foundation, huh?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Game's
7,
all
8,
tied
9,
up at 19.
10, 11. Eraser's at 11. This is deadlock territory.
The issue is we have a mediator.
Have to use the Night Watch.
Yeah, the Night Watch or
Night Watch or the mediator.
Right, like we.
Go ahead.
Sorry, checking the Relentless Barrage is very funny. Like we have a pretty good defense setup, right? Like we did commit a lot, but we didn't commit too much. Right. If first enhances make it a throw, you cancel it. But if first enhance isn't make it a throw, you just you
jockey with mediator, right? To make sure that you don't get tossed. I think first enhance is making a throw every single day of the week, right? Because he'll run out of cancels eventually. And I'd much rather him cancel this than cancel the second Relentless that I obviously have in my hand. It is interesting we're leading with this Relentless as opposed to whatever, because like it could be comboed, right? Like, does that tell us we don't actually have real gas?
What if we just have the other combos? Like we've been fishing for a Relentless Barrage. We finally drew another.
Right. Yeah. Because this deck is playing 4 of them bad boys. Would make sense to me. Yeah, 4 Relentless.
This is so tense. So tense.
Yeah.
Neither player wanting to give the other an inch.
Nah. Digging their heels in.
Are we down to... So, okay, Barrett Bryant saying in the prehensile gets sealed. Are we down to permanently lose in a race to seal one prehensile tail?
Yeah, I don't think that is the correct move. We need all the mid blocks that we can get versus our pseudo mono mid deck. You know what I haven't seen, Andrew? Chop.
Yeah, we haven't checked one. We may have not brought them in. We may
not have brought them in, which I think personally crazy.
Or we're just sculpting the craziest chop hand.
Yeah. Oh, triple chop.
Yeah.
Hit him with the Street Fighter spam.
Yeah.
Low, chop.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm in to trade one erase from the game to get rid of one prehensile tail, especially when we have so many easy outs to not be in deadlock. I think we did mediator, right? So like,
yeah, we certainly did. Yeah. Not a thing anymore. That option off the table. We are about to get ultra mega erase block though, right?
Yeah, this is a -2 for 8.
Why is it -2?
Mediator plus Eraserhead?
Oh, mediator. Yeah. This is the slowest move of all time.
We could make it slower.
We have the technology.
Yeah. We got an unexpected hero and a tape. 2 on it. We could make this a -10. The life totals are 19 to 19.
Is it 19? Yeah. It is 19. It is even tied.
Breaker 1. No learning the standards. If we don't, because we've used 2, maybe 3 of them at this point.
I think it's 2. Yeah.
If we don't have a learning the standards, I'm definitely worried about what Coast String looks like against us, because we've been gesturing, right? We've been like, I've got it. I've got it.
Permission to kill you.
Yeah.
As TC, do we push? We had the stage for it.
There's no way we just raw played a Relentless Barrage and passed, right? We have a plan.
It could be just to get it in the discard pile to go find another one, right?
True. No, I think we drew 3 of them. I think we drew 3 of them and we've been waiting.
Drawing 3 of them, I think, is rough. Because this just gets canceled, right?
Yeah, we pay 2 life for cost, right? So we would go to 17, Nomu falling to 17.
Which is not quite less than half yet?
It is 35.
Oh.
All of the quick to acts are live.
Precisely. Precise. Oh, we have to commit a bonus because of the breaker. Yeah.
Breaker.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, going to 17, bringing our quick to acts live, making our muscle maulers actually cost 6. I guess they costed 6 already because we were equal.
Yeah. We've got the foundation to pay for them, though. We have so many face downs. We are sitting here really trying to figure out, do we cancel this or not? And the answer is yes. Absolutely, we cancel this. We get that guy out of here.
Yeah, so Nomu falls to 17. Because it's pay 2 life as cost, correct?
Correct. Pay 2 : which should essentially negate Eraserhead's ability, right?
Yeah.
Because you got the 2 quick to acts on the board. Give it a 2 speed back. There it is. Question is do we block with another erase or do we block with something else, right? Like imagine we block with like another rejuvenating smash.
Man, that would be 3, 4, 5. Man.
That would be what? What am I missing?
That'd be rough. Like, you just give us the cards in hand, right? That's all. Like, I was doing some math in my own head. Sorry, that would be very, very difficult. We are crazy enough. Yes, Relentless Barrage, very mid. If we did draw 3 and we have another move to back it up, we could just be taxing the resources of Eraser here enough with these 2 quick to acts now. Like, we're going to be blocking on a 5, and we're at the mercy of what's on top of our deck.
Yeah.
Right? We're no longer free blocking these moves. For a while, we've been just free blocking. It's on a 3. It's on a 3. It's on a 3.
Yeah, it might be time to like start actually using some of our minus speed on board, right? We've got double unexpected hero, -3 speed, +3 damage. That puts it right back into it's guaranteed, right?
Yeah.
We are taking 5.
Going to 14.
Did we not pump? Why didn't we pump?
Don't know. Let's see what our next form is. I don't have an answer for that, Tam.
That's fair. Opting to pass.
Yeah, 14 to 17 is what I have the life totals at here, Tam.
Also, that's where I'm at as well.
Yeah.
14, 17. 14 Eraserhead, 17 for Nomu. We got to pay 2 to put us down there. Is this a turn? We're looking, we're thinking, we're calculating. We got 4 momentums. We've got a very ready board. Sitting here thinking. Deep in the tank, counting our deck. Everybody at home, this is the reason that most people don't play Eraserhead. The deck's hard.
Playing any defensive 7-hander is hard. He has a bit of complexity, right?
Yeah, it is.
Nedre is like the newest. Yeah.
To take your time. Take your time.
Nedre gets added to that newest like 7-hander difficult to play. Yeah. Kirishima 3 as well.
Excuse me, Kirishima 3. Making the run. Hey, Kirishima 3 top. Nejire didn't. Nejire confirmed bad. Kirishima 3, the next Tetsu for sure.
Get in a race, 2 speed. Counting our deck, I believe we fanned out 3 cards in deck. That's not really a concern. I guess we're just like, how long before I have to cycle? That'd be funny.
Yeah.
Getting back in here. Man, we have gestured, right, for a while now that we have the hand, correct? Like
3 turns.
3 turns of learning the standards and gestured, I have it. We have the momentum stack now, right? We have the momentum stack. We have the we have the potential for a line here, right? Like the line we took in game 1.
Yeah, it just depends on what exists in the discard pile. We're just trying to figure out, hey, is 17 possible? All right. We do have a momentum, so we've got like so the thing is we have to do the math through two prehensile tails, right?
Whew.
Through one prehensile tail.
Yeah. Yeah, for those who are just joining in, Jose Narono won 2-0 way back in the round when we were still closing out game one. So we're definitely in a bit of a methodical bit of play here. You know what, Tim? I'm glad I get to hang out with my friend Tamron more.
Yeah. $45 bill to the table. I love this card. Repeated smash. It's about time Deku fans got to eat. You know what I'm saying, Andrew?
That's fair. Yeah,
it's about time.
They've been hunting for a while.
Yeah.
Had to deal with one guy playing Deku 1.
Correct. You know,
looking a little bit like a discount Joker on his stream. Kind of Jared Leto-esque, like Suicide Squad. Definitely looked like he knew where the bodies were. That was their only saving grace before this point.
Why so serious? For sure. Yeah.
Broken tattooed across his forehead.
I mean, this isn't the one that does it, right? This is 12, 15 damage. Even if we like pushed everything into it, erased Nomu. This might just be looking to get a bit of a move. But we took the
jab to 12.
The last one, right?
Yeah, we took the jab to 12. I have 14 to 12.
14 to 12. Yeah. I forgot to do the thing. We have an erase again. It's a 5 for 6. 6 for 6. Just kidding. It starts 4 high. All right. We're thinking. We're moving. We're grooving.
Really mathing out here. Trying to find the line. A lot on the line here. I don't blame either player, but we are sitting on this repeating. Maybe like, did we not do the math again? Did the one prehensile tail like throw off our line? I don't know how we were. This is blockable. Like this was just blockable. So like,
this might be blockable if we put all 9 speed on it, right? We have a massive stage as Nomu. If we don't want this one to touch us, and we have the high block, it's not touching us.
Yeah.
We're giga mathing here. We're asking for specific cards inside the discard pile.
Figure it out. We'll get there.
We got it. We're mega mathing.
Mega minding.
Andrew, tell me about your overhaul deck, man.
It's on life. It does so many cool things, man. While we're doing this math here, man, we had so many cool things. Just missed the top cut. I believe there were like 3 overhauls in win-ins, right? We almost had the reverse where it was like 5. We had 5 Mirios today.
Yeah.
Right, and we almost had the reverse where it would have been 5 overhauls.
Ooh.
You know, we were very close. We had a lot of overhauls on the cusp. We had a Mimic. We had a Tabe, right? We had all kinds of cool stuff on the cusp there. Hojo was winning in. Uwabami, Dan Buchanan, also on the winning in, right? So
yeah,
we had a lot of
back a second time, right? So many cool decks.
We were right on the cusp there of having like a really, really awesome, really awesome. We already had an awesome one, but an even more awesome. I think I would have liked to have been on the side of 5 of my starter deck character being in Top Gun, right? Right. and it led into what's been a really, really, thrilling top 16. We've had some crazy matches. You and Levi got to watch Kirishima 3 and TC on Nomu battle it out. The Kirishima 3 became Shigaraki, a very thrilling game 3. Then that led you guys over to Mirio versus Deku 2 and another very thrilling game 3. Levi and I got to watch the Overhaul versus Mirio. Caleb, who ended up falling in top 4 to Jose, and we moved on over to Nomu versus All Might 3. And now we've been here. We're in game 3. We saw an extremely, extremely exciting game 1. We saw Nomu do what he does best, punishing in game 2. Absolutely punishing Eraserhead for one bad check.
Yeah.
So
we have gotten to a block step, Andrew. We have done it. We've crossed the hurdle for this form, this attack. The ultimate combination
on an
BSP,
8.
BSP. Big stupid punch. This was super blockable too, though, right? So he's gonna get a speed bonus from the stage. He's gonna get a speed bonus from Eraserhead. Probably gonna get a speed bonus from Easily Excited.
So we respond. It goes to 5. It gets what, 1 for every 3?
1 for every 3, right? When we're at 10, so
we'll go to
3 more.
11 or 12 potentially, because we have random momentum from Rejuvenating Smash.
Right. Oh, it could be. Does push us to deadlock, which is a little scary, but we're trying to end the game right now. Then there it is.
Ko's had enough potentially playing with their food, but Nomu ready to feast if this was a mistake. Right?
Ooh,
ready to pounce back if this was a mistake.
Yeah, I'm sure Nomu is super down for you to play your one mid block versus his all but mono mid deck. And we have our first cycle.
Yeah.
Part of the reason that our math had to be so complex, right?
I think we had the random momentum and we just could not figure out, and we might have mathed it out that we were 50-50 to check a 3 on this, right? We were doing our math. We saw that we had a random momentum from a rejuvenating smash earlier in the game, and we had 1 card in deck, right? And we were like, the jab's either here or in the deck, right? And we eventually decided to go for it. So
respectable.
And this is, so we can potentially get this thing up to 8 speed, 9, but this is still a really blockable attack, even with Eraserhead giving it 2 speed.
Yeah, I mean, this is fast, but we still have more ready foundations in Nomu's stage than every foundation inside of Eraserheads. So again, if we want to block this one, even if we check a 3, I think that we're fine, right? Especially if we decide to not we could not erase Nomu and then just commit, take the stats, right?
Yeah, if we don't erase Nomu though, this feels we've got to erase here.
Yeah, we have to, or it's just a 7 damage move swinging in, right?
Yeah, it's a 6 damage move.
Yeah, 6 damage move with Sun 1. Sweet. Yeah. How awesome.
We and then have to.
Our rejuvenating or our repeating smash, it gets to ready a couple cards, but we still have to pass it, right? We check a 3, we commit everything for it, right? 5, 6, 7, 8, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, including going for the erase. That makes sense. That
erase is on a 5, so it will pass. Yeah, we have to erase because otherwise this play
there's no point.
Yeah. Respond, Easily Excited, give it a speed.
Okay, this is feeling pretty all in. This is feeling pretty significant. But again, I think it is all dependent on, did we have another high block? I think that's going to be some big make or break. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. This is a 19 damage move. So even if we partial, it's still not lethal, right?
I have 14 to 12, right? You have 14 to 12?
Yeah, 14 to 12, correct. unless we flip the minus speeds plus damage, and then we're saying, hey, you don't have a high block, right? And that's just like that's where we're at. I think this is a high block. This is a two. Do you have two, if not three, low blocks in your hand? Which versus this Razor deck, there's no shot, right?
Yeah, we're
thinking very hard about this 12 damage.
Momentum.
Looks like we've discarded none of it. It's an ethereal set of momentum.
Well, the line we took, we have to make this lethal.
Yes, absolutely.
The line we took here, if this one's not for lethal and Nomu goes, I'll go to 5.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
I'm down. I'm down. I'll just block the next one. Right?
Unless we're on you didn't hold enough high blocks. I don't think TC is going to get caught again. We made a decision to give it 6 damage.
It should be 8 damage. We're just grabbing
8 damage. It's powerful 4.
Powerful 4. Yeah, it's big. It's big. BS.
ESP. A red riot's the coolest.
Very cool if we have a hardened move after this. Give it +1/+1. I mean, this is the 2 damage we could be looking for, right? So this is 7, 8, 9. Right?
This is so
15,
blockable.
17?
This is so blockable, damn. Do we have an erase? Yeah, okay. We cycled.
Yeah,
we cycled.
We
okay.
had to Nomu, or we had to erase the Nomu, right?
Yeah.
10 high. Let's count our foundations, right? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 ready foundations on Nomu's side. 1 in the card pool. Even a 2 mid block. We check a 3, commit everything, including.
We have 10 or 11. I got 11 on my count. So like,
yeah, there's 11. Yeah, there was one shadow. There's a shadow card.
I think you were right initially. Never mind. I think it's 10.
It doesn't matter. We got the blocks.
12,
so
13.
10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, even if we check a 3, but we don't. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Hey.
And we still have to play.
So what's the follow-up?
We still have to play another move and erase Nomu on it.
Correct.
On a
6, 7,
9?
8, 9. Checks the 9.
Do we have life totals incorrect?
We have to. No, there's no shot. We have to respond with a race here.
Code did that so confidently.
If we check a 3 here.
On a 6?
Check a 3.
Yeah.
We have to play another erase.
I don't think we have it.
Do we have another erase?
I think that was the last card in our hand. I thought we had 2 cards in hand. I don't know. Is it underneath our left hand there?
No, we're out. We're out of gas. We're out of juice. He blinked, ladies and gentlemen. Eraser blinked.
We went for it.
Our one saving grace
is we 5 hand size out.
I mean, we don't make them spend anything, right? Unless, yeah, like that had to be a foundation that drew us a card somehow.
Yeah, we're going to make this lethal and say press Nomu.
Oh, yeah.
This is going to be the fastest Nomu activation of all time.
Hey, he's going to commit his character. He's so confident. We'll turn that one sideways. It's 6. I'm at 6. Run it.
I'm at 6. Back to you.
Back to you with nothing in hand.
Pass turn.
He's saying show me 2. He's not even cleaning his card pool. He says Show me 2 big ones.
Oh, we kept
no
one.
review. He said
Wait.
no review.
Wait, though, the next one wasn't elsewhere. He would have just flipped it over, right? Ko said, "Show me 2." If the last card in deck was an attack,
Well, we have prehensile tail.
sure.
I play my attack. Prehensile tail added up to hand. Kill him. Right? Like I have a momentum. That's not some random card,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, if he has 1, he has 2. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. 2 on top of 1 on top of 3.
I can't believe it, man.
3, 4. I think that was even, or maybe like 4 attacks.
Yeah, but again, if we have 1, we have 2.
We have 1. We have 2.
And TC's very good at winner's pace, like we've said.
Yeah. Show him 2
On a 6.
He
Wait.
He says
Yeah.
I'm down. He says I'm down. Prehensile tail. Add it up. This is 12 damage.
We didn't draw another one, by the way. It took us
We
a minute
did?
to find the line. There's no way we did, right?
Yeah. There it is.
there it is.
Whoa.
Holy
Congratulations. Slaying the beast. TC is built different.
Holy
cow.
moly. I cannot believe it, man. Like, TC has slayed so many dragons.
Yeah.
So many dragons. We beat a Kirishima 3 who goes into Shigaraki 1, who is historically one of the answers to Nomu. We went into Heroic Strike All Might 3, who is historically pretty good into Nomu.
Yeah.
And then we faced off against not the Death Combo Eraserhead from Unfun Stuff, Void Control Eraserhead. And we took them down with Nomu.
The deck to beat, in my opinion. How cool. I need somebody out there to go check on Jacob Masur. Actually, I need to make sure that guy's okay. He might have just had a heart attack. Somebody
That was insane.
Incredible.
TC, I made a joke back at the KC regional when I lost to Chris Nixon, like in round 3 or 4 or whatever, where I was like, Chris Nixon is God's chosen Nomu this tournament. If that's true, if that's an idiom I want to use, I can't say it's anyone but TC, because we have taken down so many walls, and we're gonna go off in the finals against what has to be, Tam, the biggest final dragon, the meanest dragon, the angriest dragon. Not only is it another Eraserhead, not only is it another Eraserhead, Tam, it's Jose Norono, Unfun Stuff's very own. This is the Unfun Stuff regional. What a story. I'm so jealous of you and Levi getting to take that one over. I'm going to be watching with the rest of the chat for sure.
With that said, you guys, don't go anywhere. We will be right back to bring you the finale of this incredible regional license exam. Let's get at it.
Welcome back, guys, to the grand finals. It's finally time. 8 rounds of Swiss. Top 16, top 8, top 4 have all led up to this. And what a monstrous roadmap it's been. So many emotional highs, so many soul-crushing lows. Undaunted Raid really proving that it was not just all talk. Holy cow, we've seen a slew of insane things across this entire weekend, all leading up to this. But as much as things change, Tam, they also stay the same. And I mean that in 2 ways. The first part is our characters. We're still hitting all the way back to set 1 for this grand finals, but not in the way you might expect. We got Eraserhead 1 in this corner. Not a stranger to top cuts and not a stranger to the finals either, but definitely someone who's been pretty absent recently just due to that crazy skill cap he has. But on the other side, holy cow, not what I expected. Tam, break my heart. What is going on? What is the other side of this finals?
We have the cannon match. We have Nomu. Heavy-handed, punch slugging Nomu. we've all seen the show. We all know how this is going to go.
We
There's
don't.
gonna
We don't
be a
even need to
couple.
see the
There's
show,
a
Tim.
couple scars, a couple
We've all
broken
looked at brute
bones.
strength. We have all looked at brute strength. We know what's supposed to go down here, but ironically enough, this is a matchup that Eraserhead's pretty favored in on paper, unlike the anime. But let's set the characters, the cards, the anime, all that aside for a moment and think about the players. When I say that as much as things change, they stay the same, Tam, I also mean our players. Because we got the biggest beast in the room, the final boss here standing at the end of the gate, the dragon, protecting, guarding his hoard of gold, Jose Narono. TC on Nomu versus Jose Narono on Eraserhead. He has the final behemoth to slay here. I know that's kind of been you and Andrew's running joke, right? We've toppled every hurdle, destroyed every counter, everything that was supposed to beat us and put us in our place, we've toppled over. This is the last hurdle to overcome on the way to literally the dragon's gold, right? Our gold dual needle lunge, our gold champion playmat. There's gold on the line here. But if TC wants to break this very hard to play matchup against this, the king of webcam events, what one could say, he's going to have to work harder than he has this entire weekend so far.
True. Yeah, completely agree. TC is got a mountain ahead of him, but if there's anybody who we've seen climb mountains and win these unwinnable matchups, it's been them.
Yeah, I mean, everyone I think looked at the previous round, right, and thought that was a shoo-in for Eraser, and our expectations were blown away. So from here on out, I'm not locking anything in, and it might seem like he's going to have to do what he exactly just did last round, but it's not quite the same. We're fighting the same character, but this Eraserhead that Jose is piloting, it's not Yo Mama's Eraserhead. This is not void kicks. It's not the new void punches. It's not even some all symbol Levi love letter spice. This is the Jose and Bromley special right here. This is the Death Eraserhead deck that they crafted, brewed, and both piloted the exact same list at the HLC last year, the biggest competitive event in the entire game so far, with tons and tons of cha-ching on the line. True. This is a deck they truly believe in. This is not a deck they underestimate by any means. And now it's here to get the run back. And Jose's been absolutely destroying it. Swiss champion the whole event, breezing his way practically through top cuts. This deck is insane. It's actually crazy, Tamron.
Yeah. But I mean, TC's deck is no slouch either. Yeah, it's got a hill to overcome. Everybody at home, if you're watching, if you go to the main My Hero CCG Discord, there will be a link from a mod here relatively soon. You can find these two gentlemen's deck lists and watch along as they're preparing. We are preparing to take on this finals match. This list is susceptible to Eraserhead. It is. On paper, it should lose 90-10.
Yeah, 18 out of 19 mid attacks. That's not a great place to start when you're trying to take down the erase guy. But this is not going to be a wall eraser deck. This Death Eraserhead list is insane. We're looking at brute strength, Grenadier Bracers, Fierce Whirlwind, Chaining into Twisting Azure, Erase, Seal Anything, Binding Cloth Capture plays. This deck's lines, they're crazy, man. We've seen Jose putting upwards of 30 damage turns out as early as turn 3, turn 4, which for Mr. Eraseman to do, that's very, very out of the ordinary. This is just, again, it's an unconventional Eraserhead list. And while it didn't necessarily lead Jose and Bromley to insane performances at the HLC when they debuted this list, there was a myriad of circumstances that really kind of led to their downfall. And it seems that they don't think that it was anything permanent, because we're giving the deck a whole second run here. If you were watching the streams yesterday, we did have Jose playing during the Swiss rounds. We did see him pilot this deck against a Bakugo 1, and it was one of the most cutthroat games the entire weekend. But for those guys who aren't in the know, get ready, strap in, tighten your seatbelts, buckle up, man, because this deck is going to take you for an absolute wild ride.
Absolutely. So starting the game off, we have a build 6 from Eraser, build 4 from Nomu, with a potential to build 5, but sacrificing our character to do it. We saw TC take a second, cross his hands, put him on the table to go, is this worth it? Is this worth it? We heard stories in a previous round of Jose turn 2ing an Eraserhead with this deck after they committed their character in order to build an extra foundation. They just found 35 on turn 2 just accidentally, and we saw that happen versus Bakugo, right, in the previous event, like you were saying. And so like there was the question, what are we trying to do here? Looks like we're going to be building another 4, including one of these as an asset.
Yeah, we've kind of got our engine online now, right? Brute Strength is here, Tight Lipped is here, Grenadier Bracers is here. This is how we kill people on the death symbol, specifically with a character that does not put damage onto our attacks. We Tight Lipped a foundation, we flip it for a damage, we Brute Strength, we destroy it for a damage, it racks up the Grenadier Bracers damage, all leading eventually up to like a Fierce Whirlwind that's going to ready half our stage, destroy a bunch more, make a giant Grenadier Bracers commit for damage. Blood Evaluations are going to be readying cards left and right drawing cards left and right as we ready them left and right, and it's really, really wild stuff. I will say, though, of all the Eraser builds, this is obviously the least defensive one. Even if you're planning to build a defensive deck on Death, it still certainly has less defensive options and technology as opposed to All and Void. So even in a world where Jose was playing a deck that's really trying not to die, he's still going to have to be careful defensive-wise when it comes to stopping these Nomu moves. You know, we saw TC overcome Void Eraser defense, right? He can certainly overcome Death Eraser defense if Jose is not careful.
Yeah, absolutely. With that said, though, like one of the big things that was missing in the last match was, you know, the ability to really pressure that 6 damage consistently every single time. If Eraser is just good enough at defense on his face, let's have the deck be a little more aggressive to guarantee it. We have 2 cards in hand, including, you know, it could be double erase with a struggling with studies. Hey, there's that second erase we needed. What an incredible check. Breaker 1, asking our Nomu opponent, hey, play another one. Play one more for me, though. The scariest thing that could happen right now would be if it was a calorie counter, right?
Yeah.
Because calorie counter says if it's blocked, we flip over, we target flip the struggling. But it looks like, hey, we'll take the challenge. We're going to play.
Yeah, we do have to commit 1 foundation though, right? We checked a 4.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Here it comes. Yeah, I mean, this is great. You know, we're gonna commit 1. We're gonna get our free foundation. We're gonna do as Jab does. And I mean, it's still rough, right? Because of the struggling on board. You're definitely right, Timron. If we threw a calorie counter out there, that would put the pressure a little bit on Jose, right? Because then we would get our struggling flipped, and then if there's we have to block, and then we have to block with erase and draw 2, and then we're at the mercy of the top block zones of our deck if there's 3rd, 4th move onwards from TC.
Right, 100%. With that said, though, yeah, we are absolutely fine. Yeah, -2 speed, blocking with the mid. Hey, another one though. What do you think?
Imagine if we had our rapid punches here. That would be insane.
Rapid punches would be pretty good. Yeah.
Because then you can pick up your erase and half block me, goofball. That would be really, really, really crazy. Yeah, the struggling is super duper hard to deal with here. I think if you have a 3rd move, you just have to run into it. Oh, especially if it's a jab.
Yeah, that feels very good. Yeah, committing 1 and then 1 more due to the breaker. This is forcing the struggling now so that we can hopefully play through it later.
Yeah, I think this is super duper fine. And then, I mean, if you have a 4th move, because we checked well, we're kind of allowed to play it. And then once again, you know, the block there is at the mercy of whatever the top zones of our decks are after we draw 2.
The thing is if we really want to, we don't even necessarily have to use Eraserhead, right? If we have let's pretend we have another erase in our discard pile. We could just use Brute Strength, destroying Learning to Harden, draw my card.
Oh,
or
we do
my
have
opponent
that
will
play.
gift 1 for us because of Chivalrous. Checking to see, do we have more erases inside the discard pile? drawing an additional one. That what this is telling me is that, hey, we are down to give up the ghost. I am trying to draw cards so that I may build foundations, so that I may either hold blocks, build foundations, catch right back up. Yes, these cards build for me as I play them, but these breakers are going to make things a little tougher to defend.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough start for TC here. I'm not gonna lie. We played 3 attacks to flip struggling with studies. Granted, they all recouped themselves in some way, but it's all about the sculpt. That's 3 less attacks that we have to hang on to and craft the perfect attack hand. However, at the same time, again, we've talked about the way TC's deck works, right? It's very, very into these relentless barrage strings. So it losing out on like a good sculpt early game just to make sure that we can skate and take away resources as we maneuver our way into the mid game is okay. Oh, we seem a little resigned here as we blundered a bit regarding the order of our foundations played. Are we thinking about committing 4 things? Yeah, sure. I'm into it.
I think we do it. I actually think we super do it. I think committing the 4 things happen. He decided not to. He values the bonus build, possibly a block, because we're gonna have one move not blocked either way, right? Like our first instinct is snap, have a move deal maximum 6 damage, and then ready a couple things. The only way that that previous play was bad is if we had a big stun move, right? Which we got to look at Jose's list, and I'm now going to go take a look at Jose's list and see, is that the world we were living in?
Yeah, no, there's definitely no stun coming in. The only reason you want anything to commit aside from blocking is in case you feel like passing a vile seizing check against this deck.
Fair.
Can't let yourself get hit by the champion vile season inside the deck.
Correct. Man, could you imagine he I guess he can't replace he doesn't get more champion vile seasons, right?
Nope.
He got his one from last format. Well, now he's gonna have to add dual needle lunge to this deck, right?
A little spicy dual needle lunge.
Dual needle lunge, whether it's the silver or the gold, depending on the match goes. Like, he'll have it. I
don't hate it. I'm almost kind of surprised it's not actually in the deck.
Yeah, that's fair. I think if we were on more of a Fury package, right? If we were playing things along the lines of like Howitzer Impact Cyclone, right? Paying 3 to then draw that bonus card off the momentum sounds good.
Sure.
But I'm not positive. I mean, Fierce War ones really are only momentum out. While it is a good one, is it worth the 3 damage or pay 3?
We're just a very very aggressive deck, So the card pool clearing for an attack sounds very nice. But Instant Shining Flash does very similar things in this list, right? Makes our next ones easier to play while also just acting as that really, really nice low block and that main deck momentum hate. One of the things that I always stress about playing Eraserhead is momentum hate is something that's really important to have in your deck because it's kind of a core general philosophy that a lot of decks just struggle to kill Eraserhead without momentum. They need access to those really, really big, crazy, expensive resource momentum plays to do damage to this guy. So if you keep your rival off of momentum as Eraserhead, it's hard for them to play abilities that actually threaten you.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking this one.
Is this a turn?
No, I don't. I mean, is it? No, I mean, there's
we committed learning to harden to get 2 damage to activate the Twisting Azure. If that ain't a little telling, I don't know. It's like kind of in the middle, right? Because like we went for it, but then at the same time we didn't go like remove an eraser or anything. So it was kind of like a low effort one,
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Could be.
No!
There's the champion.
No, our champion Viles. Hey, it's okay. We still got the contender somewhere in there to count on.
That's true. That's true.
Our 3 Viles season, I think he has 1 contender, 1 champ, and then 1 XR inside of the deck.
Yeah. Incredible.
I believe that is Jose's Viles season distribution inside of this deck.
Yeah, I think we are. I mean, we're digging, right? +1 damage, and then we get to draw a card, and then we get +1 more damage because of the bracers. Hey, our 4 difficulty move is now back up to back up to 6, the number that we wish.
All our moves effectively have +3 speed between our Racerhead and the Twisting Azure Inferno enhance. So like these moves are not easy to block by any means.
That's true. That's true.
This is effectively a 7 high for 7, kind of just going to be the easiest 6 damage in the world, really. I think there's a world where we get 1, maybe 2 blocks this turn, depending on how good our blocks are as Nomu. And that's also going to potentially significantly decrease the amount of Nomu responses that we get throughout the turn as well. Looks like we're going for a Nomu response on 6 and then also going +1 with the male bonding. Probably just get it out the way now. Makes sense, you know. Makes your math
deadlock though.
Oh wow, does it really? Sure.
That's the reason we didn't trigger it on the last one. Which we have double Red Riot is the coolest, which says +1/+1 on my moves.
It's a good thing there's not a single hardened or red move inside this deck. Otherwise, that would be very scary.
Well, the thing is like, I guess no, he does know that, right? I was gonna say he doesn't know that. Yeah, he looked at the deck list. Yeah, he looked at just like we did.
Yeah. I think the only actual live deadlock ability in Jose's deck is his one of Nightwatch. If we're not counting Red Riot as an actual deadlock, right? Or I'm sorry, Vile Season, of course.
Vile Season, yeah, is pretty high impact there, right?
Yeah, I mean that could have been potentially very relevant, right? There's definitely a world where Vile Season math makes 2 blocks no longer happen. You know, maybe it's just the one that you get now. It might not even be worth it. Ooh, this could be oh god. You check a 1 after double Twisting Azures. We would have to, oh man, so this is on an 8, right? We'd have to commit all 7 foundations to block this 8 damage move. I think this is maybe
he's dead. He's dead. Yeah, he has a whirlwind. He's dead, right? Also, this might even get there, right? Hold up. This is 4. It go 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, it's an 18 damage move if we want it to be. 19 damage move if we want it to be. Yeah, we just have more. We have more.
We most certainly have more. Yeah, I think the logic with this block was they're not going to get actively much bigger past 6. So I'll sell out to block this one, get the breaker off, and then save my 1 Nomu response by committing my character just for simply the one that gets enhanced commit on the Grenader Bracers, right? We're trying to save Nomu for that one, but like we might have forgotten. We're fighting a Racerhead.
Yeah, he just looks at us. He just goes.
he just gives us a little wink, and that Grenader Bracers one is sending completely through. Sending the whirlwind, Jose. Send it in.
Any move, right?
Literally, yeah. Oh, the cloth capture is fantastic too. This is on a 7. The worst we can check is a 5. But oh no, it's not. It's not.
Well, we haven't played an action, right?
Have we? Oh yeah, we haven't sealed anything. Yeah, you're right. I think that's why we took it back.
5, 6, 7?
We realized, oh wait, I haven't played an action. I've just gotten there off the backs of my brute strength and learning the hardens. Now we got the contender Vile Season coming in.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Checks another 3.
Checks a 5.
Checks a 5.
Yeah, it's on a 7, and we check a 5.
Huh, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, you cannot.
Did we commit too many for the Vile then? 4, 5, 6, 7, 3, 4, 5. I think we committed 1 too many? Question mark.
Did we?
Maybe.
I'm not sure.
I trust Jose.
Don't
and either
think
way,
it matters though.
It
definitely
over,
does not
right?
matter. We just we brute, we Grenadier. You can't
minus
Nomu
6
response.
to his check.
-4 on my -4 on my 5-speed move. No, I mean it's unblockable. It's completely unblockable. Yeah, this is literally the most lethal Vile Season in the world. It's effectively it is effectively like a 9 high.
That's true. Yeah,
it is effectively like a 9 high. Are you listening to TC right now? He's just marveling. He's going, whoa. This is so crazy. What? Yeah, our calorie counter definitely does not stop this gigantic. Yeah, I think I think we're a little flabbergasted. I think we're a little flabbergasted at what has gone on in this game.
So what's the adjustment for next time, right? Obviously, there's no answer here. This is very, very dead. What do we do next time?
It's tough. I think even if we don't take the muscle mauler block on that one, we're still very dead. Even if we just Nomu response like the 4 times, I think we're still just super dead. I don't know if there was a world where we could have survived that anyway. As far as what we can pivot, man, it's pretty tough. It's pretty tough because like you're fighting the craziness that is Jose's deck and how good it is at killing you, while simultaneously having to deal with that it also accidentally hard counters everything you're trying to do, being Eraserhead versus Nomu. You know, this is a matchup that, you know, let's time travel a little bit, Tim, and talk about the previous round. The previous round took a real darn long time, and that's because Eraserhead versus Nomu is very weird, because while Nomu basically never gets to hit you until the 10,000th punch, on the inverse side of things, 35 is a lot for your average Eraserhead deck to do. Doesn't pump damage on face. He doesn't help you string. He doesn't cheat progressive. He doesn't make things leave the card pool. Eraserhead does not help you aggress into people, save for 2 speed to all your moves, which against a character that doesn't block, it's not very relevant. You need actual big, strong moves. And even with a super duper dope Void Punch package like Ko was rocking, still takes a whole lot of momentum before that really gets rolling to start looking at 35 damage. So most of the time, what has to happen is, since Nomu has to swing forever until eventually getting a hit in, but also on the other side of things, Eraserhead has to take his real sweet, gentle time dealing that 35 back himself. It creates a very long game state. That's not what Jose's Eraserhead deck does. Sure, Jose's Eraserhead deck does 35. So, you know, TC's deck felt really well postured into Ko's deck in the previous round, simply because we had all of these crazy main deadlocked pieces, right? These pull no punches, the prehensile tails, these snack times. You know, it felt really frightening for, you know, Eraserhead being a deck that has to go to like turn 8 or 9 to eventually kill Nomu. But if I can't build past 10 while I do that, that puts me in a real awkward spot as the Eraserhead player. And that's really what we saw Ko struggle with, and why we had to take those, you know, those kind of really like haphazard aggressive lines that weren't guaranteed to pass because we weren't allowed to build a million foundations. We had to take risks, you know. But Jose's deck is designed to do that. Jose's deck is designed to super duper kill you on 10 foundations or even less. So it's just like, it's a lot of factors working, you know. I think that TC went into that game one, expecting to have all the time in the world, because Eraserhead takes 10 years to kill a 35 health character. I think we let the experience versus Ko kind of taint our minds into how the flow of that game would go. And just we got very relaxed and very comfortable. And then Jose said, 6 attacks, 6, 7. How you feel about that?
Yeah, it's kind of showcases like the fact that this game, you can play the same character over a lot of different ways, right? We've showcased Void Eraser today. We've showcased Death Eraser today. All Eraser hasn't gone anywhere, right? The All Punch Eraser that you played during the Ojiro format still exists. Probably still live and kicking, probably doing better than ever, right? Like it got a huge piece of foundation, a huge foundation that was just throw hate, right? A thing that Eraserhead hates. It has an on-block draw card throw hate. Incredible. There's so many characters that are like this with being viable on all 3 symbols. I am happy that we are getting to showcase a character like Eraserhead being viable on a bunch of different symbols. It is cool for the health of the game, I think.
Yeah, this is like this deck is just extremely potent, you know. And you know, the big thing too, right, is that like Jose's a beast of a player. You know, we always preach about, well, where did Eraserhead go this format? Why has he disappeared this meta, et cetera, et cetera. And then we all read the character and go, no, we still think this is like the best character in the game. Sure, if you're perfect, if you're the perfect, most amazing player in the world who never makes mistakes, and none of us can really be quite that. But if there's anyone who comes close, Jose is definitely one of those players, right? So it's also just, all of the crazy effective build aside, the really, really, really good matchup aside, the webcam buff aside, we're just looking at the simple formula of Eraserhead in the hands of an amazing player, right? That's just the age-old formula.
Yeah. So anyways,
Yeah.
we've had a long think about this sideboard, huh?
This has been a real beefy sideboard. I feel like I've given like 3 inaugural speeches, and like, don't get me wrong, like, I mean, look, they pay me the big bucks because I'm really good at, never shutting up. I do want to see these guys sling some cardboard, man. I want to see
second coffee from the last round, and you are ready to go.
Oh, we're sipping right now. Hang on, let me give you a little bit of.
Perfect, beautiful.
Oh, yes, beautiful. Ready to ring it in.
Check out Alliteration Gaming's ASMR secondary channel if you could drop it a sub.
Alliteration Gaming brand coffee by the grounds, folks.
Wow, that's. Seems like an expensive endeavor. What do you sideboard if you're TC here? Let's get back to the game. All right, you caffeine junkie. What do we sideboard if we are Nomu? Man, I don't think we brought in the hardened chops of the last game. Do you think you bring them in this game?
Probably, just because like it's a low and it rips a card out of the hand. It's just a good attack into Eraser. Specifically, it's a good attack into 7-hander. 7-handers hate this card. Levi Lalonde hates this card. We hate getting rid of 2 cards because we're not allowed to take 5 damage, much less 10 damage. I could also see learning the standards, right? We've already got 3 in the main. Let's bring that 4th one in on the side, dude. We can flip the Grenadier Bracers when it gets built. Very epic. We're also just allowed to, eat that first move and then say, hey, please stop. No more 6 attacks. Foundation. It's a good panic.
How do we build
for
what? What are we flipping? What? You said we flip a card. I missed it. What do we?
We get. Oh wait, is learning centers not allowed to? Oh yeah, okay, never mind.
You're in the combat phase.
Yeah, you're in the combat phase.
Okay, I was like, whoa, there's so much technology. What is going on?
I know, right? That'd be crazy. No, we just have the normal amount of earth symbol flipping here. We do have seizing though. I mean, that's already in the main deck though, right? That's not like a sideboard option.
Right.
Seizing is definitely one of the almighty equalizers here though. Being able to, like, of course we are playing Struggling with Studies in this deck, but that's also probably our primary flip target for seizing anyway. So we don't really care. we don't care about that getting intercepted. That's like what we're trying to pin down. And we just, it's one of the few ways that we need to get speed on board. Another thing that felt really, really lacking in that previous game was Talented Bakers. We saw Talented Baker get found a lot versus Co. And that really, really helped mitigate a lot of that just perma speed reduction. Literally the thing that Nomu hates.
Ooh, failing that block might be huge though. We saw TC last match take advantage of his opponent checking a little poorly. A back alley haymaker could be absolutely terrifying if that is the first form of this turn.
Yeah, back alley could be huge here. There's worlds where Jose goes splat back.
Back alley check the 0.
Where's Andrew?
He's nuts.
Where's
different.
Andrew? Where's Andrew? The prophecy
coming out of his cage
on a 5. He's coming out of his cage, and the 5 he checked is the 0. Oh, we're coming out of the cage. Yeah, this is a little frightening. If only we had a snack time to back this up. Then we just force the learning to harden speed reduction on this one, and then just send our moves, just Hail Mary everything from there. If we can follow this up with like some hardened jab craziness, or oh god forbid a calorie counter, could get real vile real fast. Even if we don't put the lethal on, man, if we could just put some real serious damage on board, it's just as good.
That is true. We obviously went and we picked up an erase. The question is did we have one as well? Oh, as we are just building out, build 2, pass, hold 2. That must be 2 more attacks, right? Like, there's no reason we didn't build out our whole hand to try and, like, accidentally find 5 and play them all.
I mean, if it's 2 more attacks, we were slinging them, right?
That's what I thought. Unless we were just that afraid of the breaker,
It's possible. I don't know. It's rough. You have to be thinking what could really be going on, inside TC's head right now. We just got nuked by this crazy, random, out of nowhere 6 attack string death eraser head deck with Grenadier Bracers and Fierce Whirlwind. Again, I don't know how, privy TC is to what got played in the HLC and all. He could be, for all we know, completely unfamiliar with this list. That could be his first time seeing what this list is doing. I would not know what to think. Despite getting, you can look at the list, right, and be like, oh, sure, okay, I get what these cards are. Yeah, I know these guys. And then you get it played against you, and you're like, whoa, your mind's blown, right?
Yeah, that is fair. I'm sure TC is going to make some adaptations, though, right? We saw how patient he was when it came to playing these other matches that we've seen over the course of this entire weekend. Methodical, to say the least, right? But we've got again, another huge mountain to climb. It's a bad matchup. It's a premier player, right? Jose is no slouch to the game. With this win, if it happens, I'm putting my cart before the horse. With this win, I mean, Jose's just the best player in the world, right?
Gotta be
undisputed.
Yeah,
and so
I mean, of course, the elephant in the room, right, is that Broberg won last year's HLC, but holy cow, Jose's got what, 4 RLE wins?
Yeah.
3, 4, and 2 of the really big provisionals too, which were basically RLEs. I mean, the pedigree is just insane, and is also an HLC player, right? Again, the pedigree is insane. And man, the detailing the plan block coming in here, I love this. It's just a mid block that gives us a new card.
Yeah. And opting to erase Nomu on the calorie counter, saying, hey, dude, this one's just 6. I'm not going to bother blocking it, but it's not double digits. It's not putting me to 7.
Okay, but imagine if we erase because we're going to hit that showdown block here.
Oh, that would be pretty crazy. Discarded the champion vial seizing. Actually a coward. Should have held it. Actually a coward. I hope he loses now. I hope he loses.
He said, you are not flipping my struggling with studies, bud, over my dead body.
Yeah, there's no shot that happens. And he has if a third attack comes, he just flips the struggling, picks up the mid block again, discards, and it is this is a rock at a hard place, right? The best move to play next is the calorie counter. Playing it on an 8? No, thank you. But we just got to push through, right?
Yeah, it puts TC in the rough spot, right? Because now it says, yeah, you can play another move, but my struggling's still here now because you just didn't do a darn thing, to my foundations. I didn't let you touch my board. I didn't let you Tim Keefe me up with that calorie counter. My things are protected. 6 health is a measly number to pay, especially when Jose's kind of poised to, if he draws the string next turn, put it all on the board.
Yeah, we don't have a Grenadier Bracers, which I think is huge, right? In finding that big, massive last hurrah attack. And so I could easily see us not having one more block, or not having a one more build turn. But it really just depends on, does Jose think with the one tight-lipped, the one brute strength, can he get there? But speaking of trying to get there, we've got a muscle baller coming in with no cards in Jose's hand, right? This is a 12 damage move. Jose's going to be going down to 1.
Struggling?
Hello?
Struggling?
Oh, we do have struggling. We do have struggling.
Yeah.
Whew, I got nervous. My brain turned off for a second. I saw Unga Bunga 12 damage and went, oh no, he's dead. I just wanted game 3. That's all I wanted.
It's the third card that you weren't thinking about how he had was the detailing the plan draw. That was the clutch third card, and then now we get the fourth from the struggling as it comes back to us. Rough stuff, man. Again, we're playing this crazy attack string to basically just flip defensive resources, which Jose is not even worried about having passed this turn if he clinches it. I will say, you're very right, Tam. We don't have the Grenadier Bracers, which normally I would say is not a big deal versus Nomu because Brute Strength Tight-Lipped lets us cap everything out at 6 anyway. However, given that we have the ability to turn Nomu's character off whenever we want, getting that one big Grenadier Bracers move is very relevant.
Yeah.
You know, that is exactly the line that we saw him take last game for victory.
Yeah. I mean, good attempt, right? I mean, and we got the hit in, right? We got 6 damage. That was more than last game, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's you have to, right? You literally said you said it best, man. You just have to go for it. You have to get through those resources. You know, you can't just like never attack because Strickling's on board, unless you're just like, I will hold every orange card until I draw seasoning advantage. You know.
Question for you, Levi.
Yeah.
The hand we just drew, 5 attacks, 1 erase, Grenadier Bracers. Do you play the 5 attacks? You play the Grenadier Bracers pass.
I mean, depending on what they are, I'm playing like some amount of the attacks, right? I'm definitely not going to build 1 pass, that's for sure. You know, I mean, I like to sculpt just like anyone else, but I'm not. I ain't holding 6 cards, man. I'm gonna do a little something with them.
That's fair. That's fair. It's also the idea of like maybe we play this poke to try. Oh, he says you're dead. That's what that enhance was, right? Enhance, learning standards is now sealed. I have given it the +2 damage from the response. I pay my 1 health. I make it big. This is massive and very unblockable.
Yeah, I think we've got a few Twisting Azure Infernos up our sleeve, man.
We must.
That's the only way I'd feel comfortable enough like embarking upon this adventure without the bracers, right? I have to be packing like the most insane attack hand, or maybe we just have like triple cloth capture or something crazy.
Yeah, I mean that's fair.
Because like cloth capture and a cloth capture does let us start discarding cards.
Yeah, I don't think discarding matters. I don't think any blocks are happening this turn anyways, especially like without it. The question is do we respond with Nomu here committing our last foundation, right? The foundation is sealed, and so it no longer has card text. But do we take 8 or do we take 6? How is that going to mess up Jose's math here?
It's rough.
With
I think
1 erase gone, right?
I feel like they're just going to get bigger than 8.
They are, but like, I mean, we just like stop Nomu, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe, you know, it's possible by like a hair margin. We check a 4 because Twisting Azure Inferno lives and breathes.
Correct. Best case scenario here of here we have with the face down. Give that one the +1 damage. This is, I mean, gonna go back to 6 damage, right?
Yeah, I mean, we can again, if we put every resource into it, we can make it 8 damage. I don't know, maybe they won't get much bigger than 8, to be honest.
I mean, 8. I mean, you're allowed to pump this as big as you want, right? Like
Sure.
it is okay because we are down for Nomu to commit his character because then I don't have to erase on like a 5 or a 6 anymore, right? He did it for us. We're down.
It's looking like we're gonna commit our Learning to Harden to this play as well to bring it to 8. We could still do a little more, bring it a little higher, really try to force the Nomu response. No, it looks like we're comfy at just the 8, and we're opting to just eat the 8 as well. Oh, because we get to really Learning to Harden.
7.
How cool!
Yeah, it's either that or we destroy the Learning to Harden, draw the card ready to other ones.
Did we not use Instant Shining Flashes Enhance for the difficulty?
No. I think we're holding up the Night Watch combined with Mediator as panic buttons of, hey, in case this doesn't work, I gotta have something, man.
Sure, yeah, for sure.
flip for 2 damage. Coming in, this is now a 7 damage move, right? This whirlwind.
Ooh, okay, instead of
Destroy
writing our
those.
learning to harden, we just want to draw the card instead. That
Makes
worries me a little bit.
sense to
Rather than
me.
ready the +2 damage, we want to dig more instead.
Yeah, I think we're just doing everything we can to get that character committed. I bet that we've got some amount of gas here. Another 8 damage move,
Well, they're all 8
unblockable
damage
again.
moves,
He
right?
says make it 6.
Yeah, I mean, if we get the 6 out, any 2 attacks here kill, right? We just gotta pass them. Any
just
2
gotta
attacks
pass 'em.
could seal the deal. Any 2 attacks is 15 here, unless we check like rolling 3s and end up having to commit like our brute strength, right? Beautiful. Yeah, and I think we're golden now.
We have played an action. We sealed on our first attack. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 5, 6. I don't think
We
there's a way
sealed
to
the heck out of that poor learning the standards. Yeah, I think with that 5 check on top, I think that's as long as Jose's got another attack here, I think that 100% seals the deal. The only roll, like if we played like on a 6 here and then checked a 4, we have to commit 2, and then if we played like on a 7, check the 4 and have to commit 3, that would leave us with like only our brute strength up. And I think then we would need a base 5 move, but I guess it's okay because we had that base 5 move either way. We could have 4 more things committed, and yeah, that would have been exactly.
3 damage move, 2 more speed as it comes through, and we send it. And there it is.
Full send. Wow. TC is blown away. TC is blown away. His reactions to this deck is insane. With that, guys, that amazing string, 5 attacks raw off the top, every single +1/+1/+1 that you could possibly imagine. A beautiful little death symbol soup of a brew coming together to eventually deliver you guys yet another RLE victory on the webcam for Jose Nerono. It was the
best player in the world.
Best player in the world.
Best player in the world.
Calling it now.
Undisputed. If you disagree with me, get in the comments. Get in the comments of this YouTube video right now and tell me. Get in the comments of this Twitch chat right now and tell me that he is not the best player in the world. Bring your facts. Bring your logic.
Better yet,
I would love to have that discourse. I think you're wrong.
Yet, Tamron, if you disagree, if you think Tam's wrong, if you think Jose's not the best player in the world, get in the finals. Take him down. Because no one has been able to do that yet. This guy just continues to topple event after event on the webcam front. The power, he's just unparalleled. It knows no bounds. Even the giant wall breaker, the fate usurper that TC has proven himself to be throughout this entire top cuts, it wasn't enough to take down the fabled unfun stuff, son. What an insane deck. Truly a well-oiled machine. I think that is the best way to describe this. This deck has one game plan, and I just have yet to see Jose put cards on the table and not execute and achieve that game plan like clockwork, Tam.
It's incredible. With that said, guys, I'm sure you're all tired of hearing us talk about and gush about the man. I would like to get him on the mic. So we're going to take a small break, get Jose in here, get a small chit chat with him. Don't go anywhere. We're closing it up. Thank you, guys. We'll see you in a bit.
Welcome back, guys. With me, I have, once again, your grand champion of the Webcam Regional License Exam, Mr. Jose Nerono. First things foremost, Jose, my man, we got to stop meeting like this. People are going to talk. Congratulations, my friend.
Thank you.
What an amazing showcase. I have, of course, absolutely a slew of questions that I want to ask you, as I'm sure both of my lovely friends and co-casters do. But first, I just want to give you the stage, man. Tell me, how does it feel? What's on your minds? You going to Disney World again? You know, how does it feel, bro? Holy cow.
I'm a little sad they stopped giving me trophies after the third one. But aside from that, I'm feeling pretty well.
Hey, dude.
That's a very, very, very understandable upset, man. But you know,
I'm really happy to get my gold dual needle lunge. Finally getting close to finally blinging out my Shigaraki 3 deck. You know, we got the Val season. We showed those off. Now I can get the dual needle lunge to get the combo started. They're making my deck really expensive, but we're getting there. One event at a time.
You're gonna pay for this once per game, buddy. All right. It's so funny, Jose. You threw me for a loop, man. Last time we did one of these interviews, and I was talking about how I'm about to ship you a Golden Vials season. I asked if I was gonna see it sleeved up in Shigaraki 3. You told me I was gonna see it sleeved up in Kirishima 3, and now you've thrown Death Eraserhead at me.
I have.
You got. I obviously I know what's up with the deck. We know what's up with the deck. Poor TC, bless his heart, knows what's up with the deck now. And for people who aren't privy to the history of this deck between you and Bromley, this is my segue here, man. I want you to tell all about this deck.
So, Death Eraserhead is a very interesting deck. It's a very Bromley deck because it began as a combo deck that kind of it proposed a question. What if our character was just enough defense for us to play a just insanely to the wall aggro lineup? What if our deck was built purely to destroy our opponent's character, to reduce their life total to 0, and our defense was so minimal, yet supported by the absolute backbone of one Eraserhead? Because the one thing about Eraserhead is that in the meta that we prepared this deck for, which is THLC, not only was he the best at giving himself 2 speed, he also was the best at blocking just enough. The thing about Eraserhead is that his face presents such strong defense. It's a breaker 1 mid block. It's -2 speed. It's always have the mid block. It's turn off your opponent's character. So we said, that's sick. Let's put war crime attacks in this thing. So we loaded it up with Twisting Azure Inferno. But you're like, how do we get Twisting Azure Inferno to 7 damage? Just play 2 erases. How do we get the rest of the damage? Just brute strength. You have 19 health. You only need like 2 of that. So just go crazy. Okay, so we have a lot of damage. What do we do now? What do we do with a lot of damage? What if it's not enough? What if they block out all of our attacks and we have 1 left? Well, the solution is more damage. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Grenadier Abrasers. This is a card that has been banned by the Geneva Convention. I think in 1922? Yeah, 1922. Yeah. When they developed mustard gas, they accidentally also developed this card, and they were like, "Oh, that's too much. You got to seal that in a time capsule."
Crazy that one got by, but pipe bombs didn't. Insane.
Yeah, and the really funny thing about this card is that Bromley and I were doing some archaeology over on the Straits of a little
bit of excavation.
Spain,
yeah,
and we found this sealed in a vault that said, "Please don't." So we picked it up, and Grenadier Abrasers is an incredible card because it presents 2 avenues. It presents +1 damage to all of my attacks, and it presents the threat that at any point I'm going to give something 16 damage. So that's the idea of the deck. It's what my friend Devin likes to call Death Off-Zone Aggro. We have 1 mid attack, but that mid attack is really truly just set up and something that you have to deal with because it's so huge. And then we are presenting very cheap off-zone attacks. Things like Instant Shining Flash, which is great tech, and it makes the next attack easier. Things like Binding Glove Capture, which is insanely overstated as a 3 difficulty 4 low for 5. Finally, Fierce Whirlwind, a card that readies your whole stage, and if you want to be funny, destroys your whole stage for that amount of damage with Grenadier Abrasers.
Yeah, I oftentimes, and at the very end of the event, right, I referenced your deck like a well-oiled machine. This type 56, 55, once that erase leaves list, that just aims to find that game plan, those correct pieces on the board, and execute it really perfectly. And I literally never saw you not do that in the few times that we watched you play the deck, and it was exceptional. But I've talked to you enough, Jose. Before we circle back to me, I want to give the floor to my buddies here. Tam, fire it off, Mr. Norono here. What you got?
I think it's obvious you knew the deck really well. You jumped off of it a bit last format. You came back to it. Was there any specific reason why? Set 5 characters can't deal with Eraserhead. You expected a bunch of easy matchups. You just like the character and you wanted to jump back in. Any of those, or your own twist on the question?
I really wanted to play the gold Vile Zing on stream, and I wasn't playing Evil, and I for sure wasn't playing Order. So, Death deck it is. So what do? I build a Kirishima 3 deck. I love it. I love it with all my heart. I love that deck so much. And playing it at locals, it has success at locals. It works. However, I realized a week before that all of my attacks are 3 speed. And no, they're very good attacks. They are just
So bad.
3 speed. So here's the issue. The deck is composed entirely of 3 speed attacks and Hardened Blitz. And a lot of the times it's like Hardened Blitz just gets answered by a reset. So I couldn't get Kirishima in a position that I really wanted to play him under Death. Under Earth, it was a bit of a different story. Came across some builds that I really liked under the Earth symbol that really worked. But I can't play the Earth symbol. I have to play the Champion Val Seizing.
Right.
So what deck can I play that I don't need an insane amount of practice on because I'm already practiced in it that can use this Champion Val Seizing? Well, Shigaraki. I want to kill people. Eraserhead it is.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
So
So I realized the one thing that pushed me to Eraserhead more than anyone else, I realized how good these 2 Kirishima foundations were with the rest of the deck. These are the newest additions, as you might know. It is Learning to Harden and Red Rider is the coolest. These solve all of the consistency issues that the deck has, because this is even more damage on Twisting Azure Inferno, and this is damage and a card draw. So these 2 help make the deck less of a complete just draw the combo and go in, but it allows you to poke, build, draw on defense, find things during the turn. It really fixes the deck, is what I found.
think it's really nice that like you can just flip Red Riot's the coolest, brute strength it away, and then you don't have to throw an erase away to Twisting Azure.
Yeah.
Very, very, very cool innovation.
I like the fact that you were so focused on your own deck and not focused on what the rest of the event was. I know a lot of time whenever people do prep, myself included, I'm constantly putting string up to pins on a board and being like, this is what I think the best deck is going to be. Let me counter the meta. And you were like, nah, I want to play funny haha card and funny haha character. I will just do that. And then I will Swiss champ and then win the tournament with my only win an ID, or my only non-win an ID. I wanted to go take a nap in my final round, right? Incredible, man.
Yeah, there is some the thought that comes in to other people's characters after I make sure that my deck works comes to play in things like the sideboard. And the thing about Eraserhead is that he is himself the answer to so many decks, right? Yeah. After I decided on the deck, I was like, what do I do if they play Phantom Threat? Well, if they're not playing the 1 difficulty, I erase them, and that card doesn't do anything. Next. What do I do if they do this? I'll partial block, I suppose. What do I do if they throw me? I'll put Detailing the Plan in my sideboard. That'll do it.
Yeah.
So things like that. And I felt confident in piloting my deck. You know, you might have seen that I play quite quickly because I know what my deck does. I understand what all the cards, how they interact with each other, so I'm able to just be in that state.
Yeah, dude, your familiarity with the list is amazing. Your pace of play, your knowledge, everything is just really, really, really gorgeous, dude. It's beautiful. I could revel on forever, but then I would never be able to give the mic to my boy Andrew here. I want to give you the stage, my friend. Talk to your bud Jose here.
Hi, Jose.
Hey, Andrew.
I'm really excited that you did so well. We've talked a lot about the cards in your deck and what they do, and like your character and your deck building. There has to be a little bit of this because I know you and Bromley feel very confidently that you had the best deck at the HLC, and you just got a little unlucky, right? You ran into like the Jiro who played a pillar swing on an 8 and checked a 6. You know, you ran into Irrefutable Force of Nature, like the one deck playing Irrefutable Force of Nature in that top 32.
Yeah.
Was there a little bit there of like a pride thing? Like, I know we built a good deck, and I want to show the world that it's good.
It's you're right. The only real tournament win this deck has is against Andrew Holder in top 32 of the HLC. So aside from that, we didn't really get to rep it that much. But there's an aspect to that. I legitimately think that this deck is very good. Devin has been running a death version of Eraserhead for God knows how long. You know, he has a folder full of memes that are just called Death Off Zone Aggro, about how he only talks about Death Off Zone Aggro. So I really wanted to show the community that not only can you win with a 7-hander, you can win with a 7-hander on the death symbol, a symbol that, although it is explored, it's usually reserved for 5-handers a lot of the time.
True, yeah, and I think it's really cool. I one of your favorite, because you guys kind of kept that deck a little secret from the boys who made the HLC. There was the group of us, Devin and Tam, who knew, and I don't know. It's really cool to see me going from sloping over my binders in a hotel room with Tamron and going, Jose's playing Eraserhead. Jose's playing Death Eraserhead to seeing you win an RLE with it. I don't have much to add because you've given a lot of details of the deck, but I think it's really cool that you took this deck that you guys were so proud of at the HLC and had a bit of a rough showing with it, and you were able to not lose a single match. And on top of that, you had two of the most explosive games I think I've ever been on a stream. One against double front beatdown Bakugo and one against Nomu. So congratulations, man. That's all I really have to add.
Thank you. I really appreciate it, Andrew.
Yeah.
The historical run back is so cool too, because I think for anyone that didn't have their eyes on the HLC and like specifically that being the only time you and Bromley ever did anything with this deck, you probably had so much element of surprise on your side of the table as well.
Not against Andrew, mind you, but yeah, I'm sure.
I was Sherlock Holmes. Tam's sitting on the couch. Sam Tate's asleep in the floor of my hotel. And I've got my binders on the table at the Alexis Park hotels that we stayed in, those little circle tables they gave us. And I'm slumped over them like this, and I'm asking a million questions. And then I remember one thing Devin Bernier said to me in a message, and it was, Jose's deck is really cool. And I went, oh, it's Death Eraserhead.
Eraserhead. It has to be.
It's Death Eraserhead. So.
I also called this the Andrew Detective deck for that reason.
For this event, though, you probably had a lot of people who didn't really know what was going on with your deck. I mean, I heard like TC literally had access to your deck list, and I was listening to you guys the entire time, and everything you're doing, he's just, whoa, oh my god, that's crazy! It was so entertaining. I'm sure that was a huge element.
Yeah, I won't lie. Some of the wins came from the fact that they went, Razorhead can't kill me. In top 16, no, in top 8, my Nomu opponent, Joseph Zimmerman, he was building out for his first turn, and he checked a 3 on a 4, and he tapped his face. You know, he taps Nomu because he's Eraserhead can't kill me. He can't do 35. And then we went to the next game.
And we said thank you next.
Yeah.
What a ridiculously cool deck. We've talked a lot about how cool the deck is, how great Eraserhead is, but at the same time, Eraserhead he's a touch and go character. We always wonder when he comes around, he disappears. Why is he in this format? Where do you go with this meta? And a lot of that is just attributed to the skill cap that he kind of demands. So as much as I can sing Eraserhead's praises all day, that guy I know better than anyone. That guy is useless if he's not in the hands of a good pilot. So also I know you've been playing the deck for a long time, Jose, ever since the HLC, but just big hats off to piloting the deck so well. Despite being, you weren't an Eraser deck that blocked 6 things and made your opponent want to quit the game, but there's absolutely no shortage of sureness that what you did took a lot of input and correct sequencing, and you just knew all of it like the back of your hand, man. Good freaking job, dude.
Thank you. When I heard you guys on the stream yesterday talking about that play where I committed my character against the Bakugo, and you had it spot on. I knew I am not allowed to pass back. There is one way out of here. You have to take that risk, and the death symbol 7-handers are characters that take advantage of taking that risk. These are risks that a lot of people take. But they take it in different ways. They take it by playing this attack on an 8. They take it by continuing to attack. They take it by taking the greedy option. And I think knowing when to take that risk, even if your character is fragile, is important.
I think this tournament can be summed up by 4 quick lines of text, Levi, Tam, and Jose. If I pass back, I die. So me no pass back, me winner scoop.
I think I remember saying the exact words yesterday. Jose sleeved up. I remember saying I would have never taken that risk. And then you said the same thing, Andrew. And I said, Jose sleeved up this deck because he's ready to take that risk. And that is how you get here, guys. That calculated risk assessment, that amazing sequencing, that intricate play, and that beautiful, beautiful familiarity and knowledge and adaptability, being able to handle any situation, anytime whatsoever. That is how Jose Norono has become your champion today. Jose, before I let you go enjoy the rest of your evening, man, we've run you through the question gauntlet enough. The stage is yours, my friend. Give the shout outs you need before I tell you goodnight, my friend.
Shout outs to all 3 of you, the great casters around this event, and my dear friends. I love you all. Shout outs to Bromley, always, for being supportive, for always being able to give me advice about the deck, even when he's mega busy. For all my friends, for being friends and supporting me, for joining me while we were waiting for the rounds in the Discord. Shout outs to my parents were making pizza in the kitchen. And shout outs to everybody that keeps supporting me, even after I keep showing up to these webcam events.
Thank you so much, Jose. We truly, truly appreciate you. Thank you for being an amazing player, an amazing interviewee, and as I always say, a wonderful pillar of positivity and success in the community. We're going to let you take care, Jose. Go enjoy your pizza and the rest of your night as you eagerly await your gold dual needle lunge and your champion playmat on the way to you. Of course, my friend.
Until then, we're back on Kamui, boys. Let's go. Kamui forever. 20 years of Kamui. Kamui for all time. Let's go.
Somebody
Commit Petty's bubble draw too.
Get him.
I hope Well, fellas, with that, our event has finally come to a close. The curtains are closing on yet another one of these amazing regional license exams. I say yet another, though. This was no ordinary event, man. The beginning of Season 2 is here. It's been ushered in. Set 5 strutted its stuff, although it just wasn't quite enough to usurp the power that was Jose Nerono on a webcam regional. But there's so much more to it, and so much in store for the Horizons. This is just the beginning of our new format, and I really cannot wait to see where the rest of it takes us. Before I tell you guys goodbye forever and sign off for the night, I got to give the floor to both of my boys here for their closing thoughts. Tam, hit me with the weekend in a sentence.
There is so much more game to be played. One of my favorite quotes. This every time that we think that the pinnacle is here, it just keeps pushing beyond and beyond and beyond. And none of us here casting could do it without you all at home watching and playing. So from, I'm sure, all of us, thank you guys so much. Thank you. Levi, thank you for having me on. Thank you, Jasco. Thank you everybody. It was an incredible weekend. It was very, very fun.
No thanks necessary, my friend. It's always a pleasure. It's always an honor working with you, Tim. You're fantastic at what you do. I am beyond happy to have you a part of the team today. And today, yesterday, and who knows in the future. And the same goes for Andrew, man. But let me let you open your mouth, buddy.
Yeah, I am at the tail end of being sick. I was doing great on Saturday. I got my cough drops, my water. And to be honest, this coughing fit I've been having for the last, hour or two has been worth it. This was a really wonderful experience. I've cast a lot of matches last year. I cast 8 or 9 events. That's 70. Last year, every tournament was 8 rounds. That's like what, 72 rounds plus top 16s, right? Like
minimum.
Yeah. A lot of I cast a lot of events last year, and this was the most fun one for me by far. I think I got to cast my favorite match of all time. While it was very peaks and valleys, that top 4 match was a blast. The gameplay was cool. Overhaul was cool, right? Wouldn't be me without mentioning Overhaul, and hanging out with 2 of my friends was really cool as well. So thank you to Christopher Bromley, Unfun Stuff, for letting me out on this team. Levi and Tam for letting me join you, and hopefully we get to do this again soon.
I would do it again in a heartbeat, my friend. I love casting with Tam. I know I love casting with Tam. I've done it a handful of times, but this was our first big rodeo together, buddy. And man, yeah. All I got to say is it's an absolute blast. It was a total pleasure, and cheers to many more. But truly, truly no bigger cheers to anyone in the entire audience out there. Holy cow. Yesterday we had like 150 viewers minimum throughout the entirety of Swiss. And then for the majority of today, we had like 200 minimum, at least throughout like the semifinals and the grand finals. It's insane watching the audience for this game, the community for this game, the players in this game grow before my very eyes. You know, all the way since the first ever event I casted in the in-person Vegas RLE, the first major event broadcasted in person. It's been so awesome to watch it go along this journey, and I really cannot wait to see where it goes from here. So big thank you to our community and our viewer base. Big thank you to Jasco, as always, for putting these on and enabling, giving us the stage to stand on, right? As performers, we would be nothing without the stage that Jasco sets for us, the red carpet that they roll out for us. Amazing work. And of course, to Christopher Bromley, Unfun Stuff, everyone involved, Nilmerg, Tony, literally everyone, Pippa, oh my God, all of our judges, all of our staff. You guys all really knocked it out of the park. We had a very smooth weekend, and I could not be happier with the end results. And, before I sign off, to put it in Tam's words best, guys, there's so much more game to play. August 5th, guys, Gen Con. It's going to be the weekend. The big first American in-person event of this season is going to be absolutely amazing. It is the date to mark. And of course, if you can't make those, all my US players, we've got Rochester in September, and we've got Las Vegas at the very end of September into October as well. Those are all going to be amazing RLEs. I cannot wait to see you guys at all of them. And I, of course, cannot wait to see my foreign player base very soon as well. Literally coming up this weekend, we have New Zealand with their regional license exam. And of course, in Sheffield, UK, we have that one coming in at the end of August as well. So much more game to be played. You can find the whole schedule on the MHA CCG website. And of course, you're going to be able to watch the coverage of every single one of those events at our Twitch channel right here at University CCG at the same time, at the same place. Cannot wait to see you guys throughout the rest of this season. If this first event is any indicator whatsoever, season 2 is going to absolutely blow season 1 out of the water. But if that's true, we'll just have to wait and see, guys. Until then, I've been Levi Lalonde with
Tam Cardwell,
Andrew Holder.
My boys. You guys did it. I'm so proud of y'all. A+ team. The 3 Musketeers right here. Guys, thank y'all so much for watching, and we will see you all next weekend. So long and good night, heroes.